Diyos ug makagagahom nga Amahan, salamat sa mga grasya nga among nadawat, labi na sa gasa sa kinabuhi. Hinaot unta nga kami hatagan sa gasa sa pagsabot ug mahayagan ang among hunahuna ug among gilauman, ikaw magahatag kanamo sa proteksyon. Sa mga magtutudlo, magapadayon ang ilang kinasing-kasing nga pag-alagad. Una kami sa kalipay, aron mulambo ang tinuod na gugma ug kaluoy sa matag adlaw. Ining tanan among gilauman, sa ngalan ni Jesus, Amen. Bayang magiliw, perlas sa silanganan, alab ng puso, sa dibdib mo'y buhay. Lupang hinirang, tuyan ka ng magiting, sa manlulupig, di ka pasisiin, sa dagat at bundok, sa simoy at sa langit mong bukaw. May dilagang tula at awit sa paglayo minamahal, ang kislap ng watawat mo'y tagumpay na nagniningning. Ang bituin at araw niyang kailan pa may di magdidilim. Lupa ng araw nang luwalhati pagsinta, buhay langit sa piling mo. Aming ligaya ng pag may mga api, ang mamatay ng dahil sa'yo.
The Department of Education, Division of TANGKUB City, in partnership with the local government unit of TANGKUB, presents ang TANGKUB, transforming advancement in the new normal, guiding K-12 learners under broadcast media, a TV-based instructional program crafted in response to the need of making education possible and accessible to students at the comfort of their homes. It covers the most essential competencies thematically layered in drama plays, which were originally written, directed, and performed by teachers to see to it that education is securely provided. This is ang TANGKUB.
It's TANGKUB, TANGKUB, TANGKUB time. We learn all things, it's very fun, masaya. Tugtog na.
Kumusta mga bata? Sa dili pa nato sugdan ang atong pagtulunan karong adlaw, ato usang balikan ang mga letra nga ato nang nakatunan. Atong nakatunan ang letrang M nga adunay tingog nga Karon mga bata, atong paminawon ang kanta sa letrang M.
Magbasa na kita sa dakong letrang M. Basahon ta siya. Magbasa na kita sa gamayng letrang M. Basahon ta siya. M sama sa mantikilya, merkado, mani ug mangga. M sama-sama gaganda, mata, mapa ug mama. Magbasa na kita sa dakong letrang M. Basahon ta siya. Basahon ta siya.
Mga bata, balika paglitok ang letrang M. Sakto! Mga bata, balika paglitok ang tingog sa letrang M. Maayo! Ato usab nga nakatunan ang letrang A nga adunay tingog nga A. Karon mga bata, paminawa ang kanta sa letrang A.
Magbasa na kita sa dakong letrang A. Basahon ta siya. A, 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 A. Magbasa na kita sa gamayng letrang A. Basahon ta siya. A, 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 A. Sama sa ampalaya, abukado, atis apa. Sama sa alindana, ahos, asin ug adlaw. Magbasa na kita sa dakong letrang A. Basahon ta siya. A, 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 A. Basahon ta siya. A, 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 A.
Mga bata, balika paglitok ang letrang A. Sakto! Balika na pod paglitok ang tingog sa letrang A. Maayo! Karon mga bata, ato nang sugdan ang atong pagtulunan karong adlaw. Andama ug paklia ang inyong self-learning materials, page 10.
Diha inyong makita ang letrang M ug letrang A.
Karon mga bata, paminawa ko ninyo kung unsaon nako paglitok ang tingog sa letrang M ug letrang A. Ma. Akong usbon mga bata. Ma. Akong usbon sa makausa mga bata. Ma. Akong balikon mga bata. Ma. Karon mga bata, magdungan kita sa pagbasa. Atong ilitok ang tingog sa letrang M, letrang A. Itudlo o basaha ang unang linya. Ma. Atong usbon mga bata, itudlo og basaha ang ikaduhang linya. Ma. Atong usbon makausa mga bata, itudlo og basaha ang ikatulong linya. Ma. Atong usbon makausa mga bata, itudlo og basaha ang ikaupat nga linya. Ma. Karon mga bata, kamo na pud ang magbasa. Ilitok ang tingog sa letrang M ug letrang A. Itudlo og basaha ang unang linya. Itudlo og basaha ang ikaduhang linya mga bata. Ilitok na pud og basaha ang ikatulong linya mga bata. Basahan na pod og ilitok ang ikaupat nga linya. Maayo mga bata! Karon mga bata, balikan na pod pagbasa. Ilitok ang tingog sa letrang M ug letrang A. Tudlua og basaha ang unang linya. Itudlo og basaha ang ikaduhang linya mga bata. Basaha og ilitok ang ikatulong linya. Basahan na pod og ilitok ang ikaupat nga linya. Nabuhat na ba ninyo mga bata? Maayo! Og dinhi natapos ang atong pagtulunan karong adlaw. Daghang salamat mga bata. Enjoy!
Sa duha tulo, upat lima unom, ang mati ay sayon. Sa duha tulo, upat lima unom, ang mati ay sayon. Addition of multiplication, subtraction of ang division. Problema dali rasulbaron, kay ang mati ay sayon. Sa duha tulo, upat lima unom, ang mati ay sayon. Sa duha tulo, upat lima unom, ang mati ay sayon. Ang mati ay sayon. Ang mati ay sayon.
Magandang umaga mga bata! Kumusta kayo sa araw na ito? Handa na ba kayo sa ating panibagong leksyon? Ako si Teacher Popoy. Sa araw na ito, ating sisimulan ang ating panibagong leksyon sa Filipino. Mga bata, basahin natin ang mga pangalan ng mga larawan na nagsisimula sa titik L. Ang titik L ay may tunog na L. Ngayon, kilalanin at babasahin natin ang mga pangalan na nasa larawan. Basahin natin ang pangalan ng lata, lapis, labi, lamok, langgam, lola, lobo, lansones. Basahin ninyo ang mga salita na makikita sa screen. Simulan na natin mga bata. Kung ang salita ay binasa ninyo na lata, tama mga bata. Kung ang salita ay binasa ninyo na lapis, magaling mga bata. Kung ang salita ay binasa ninyo na labi, tama mga bata. Kung ang salita ay binasa ninyo na lamok, magaling mga bata. Kung ang salita ay binasa ninyo na langgam, magaling mga bata. Kung ang salita ay binasa ninyo na lola, tama mga bata. Kung ang salita ay binasa ninyo na lobo, magaling mga bata. Kung ang salita ay binasa ninyo na lansones, tama mga bata. Ngayon, basahin natin ang mga parirala na may mga salitang nagsisimula sa titik L na may tunog na L. Basahin natin ang mga parirala na makikita sa screen. Halimbawa mga bata, ang lapis. Simulan na natin mga bata. Kung ang parirala ay binasa ninyo na ang lata, tama mga bata. Kung ang salita ay binasa ninyo na ang langgam, magaling mga bata. Kung ang salita ay binasa ninyo na si Lola, tama mga bata. Kung ang parirala ay binasa ninyo na ang labi, magaling mga bata. Kung ang parirala ay binasa ninyo na ang lamok, tama mga bata! Kung ang parirala ay binasa ninyo na ang lobo, magaling mga bata! Kung ang parirala ay binasa ninyo na ang lansones, magaling mga bata! Ngayon mga bata, ating basahin ang mga parirala na inyong makikita sa screen. Simulan na ninyo mga bata! Ngayon, babasahin ko ulit isa-isa ang mga parirala at alamin ninyo kung tama ba ang inyong pagbasa sa mga parirala. Ang lapis at ang lata. Ang lamok at ang langgam. Ang labi at si Lola. Ang lansones at ang lobo. Mga bata, basahin natin ang mga pangungusap na makikita sa screen. Kung ang pangungusap ay binasa ninyo na ang lapis ay maikli, tama! Kung ang pangungusap ay binasa ninyo na ang lata ay walang laman, magaling! Kung ang pangungusap ay binasa ninyo na ang lamok at ang langgam ay nangangagat, tama! Kung ang pangungusap ay binasa ninyo na lumipad ang lobo, magaling! Kung ang pangungusap ay binasa ninyo na mapula ang labi, tama! Kung ang pangungusap ay binasa ninyo na si Lola ay may lansones, Magaling! Ngayon mga bata, basahin natin ang isang tula na inyong makikita sa screen na pinamagatang Ang Lata. Simulan nyo na mga bata! Ngayon, babasahin ko ang tula at alamin ninyo kung tama ba ang inyong pagbasa sa tula. Ang lata. Si Lala ay may nakitang lata. Malaki at mabigat pala. Ibinigay niya sa kanyang lola. Ito pala ang lata na hinahanap sa apo niya. Para sa inyong unang gawain, mga bata, tingnan ang ibabang bahagi ng inyong tula na binasa at sagutin ang mga tanong na inyong makikita. At para naman sa inyong ikalawang gawain, mga bata, buksan muli ang ika-55 na pahina ng inyong Module L. At para naman sa inyong takdang aralin, mga bata, gayahin at isulat ang titik L sa kursibong pagsulat nito. Hanggang sa muli mga bata, sana'y may natutunan kayo sa araw na ito. Enjoy!
adlaw mga bata. Ani ana usab kita sa atong klase sa kindergarten. Dinhi sa telebisyon o sa radyo. Andam na ba kamo nga magkat-on karong adlaw? Ali na, magkat-on na ta. Gahapon, atong nakat-unan ang bahin sa color nga blue o asul. Sama sa bag, sapatos, payong, tsinelas, t-shirt o bola. Karong adlaw, ato na sab nakat-unan ang bahin sa color nga yellow o dalag. Mga bata, na ako ipakita ninyo. Tan-awa. Mao kini ang hinog nga saging. Ang iyang color yellow o dalag. Usbo na ko mga bata. Mao kini ang hinog nga saging. Ang iyang color yellow o dalag. Usbo na ko sa makausa mga bata. Kini mao ang hinog nga saging. Ang iyang color yellow o dalag. Aduna na pud ko'y lain ipakita mga bata. Kini mao ang hinog nga mangga. Ang iyang color yellow o dalag. Usbo na ko mga bata. Kini mao ang hinog nga mangga. Ang iyang color yellow o dalag. Usbo na ko sa makausa mga bata. Kini mao ang hinog nga mangga. Ang iyang color yellow o dalag. Kini usab ang lemon. Ang iyang color yellow o dalag. Usbo na ko mga bata. Kini usab ang lemon. Ang iyang color yellow o dalag. Usbo na ko sa makausa mga bata. Kini mao ang lemon. Ang iyang color yellow o dalag. Aduna na pud ko'y ipakita mga bata. Kini mao ang Crayola. Ang iyang color yellow o dalag. Usbo na ko mga bata. Kini mao ang Crayola. Ang iyang color yellow o dalag. Usbo na ko sa makausa mga bata. Kini mao ang Crayola. Ang iyang color yellow o dalag. Aduna na pud ko'y lain ipakita mga bata. Kini mao ang lapis. Ang iyang color yellow o dalag. Usbo na ko sa makausa mga bata. Kini mao ang lapis. Ang iyang color yellow o dalag. Mga bata, nailhan na gyud nato kung unsa ang color nga yellow o dalag. Karon mga bata, na ako'y pakita ninyo nga video. Video kini sa mga bata kauban si teacher. Ato kining tan-awon o paminawon. Mga bata, tan-awa ko ninyo. Unsay color sa akong sinina?
Yellow!
Very good! Yellow ang color sa akong sinina. Karon mga bata, magdula ta. Na ako'y mga butang diha sa tubangan. Ang inyong buhaton, mangita o mga butang na ang color yellow sama sa akong sinina. Nasabtan mga bata?
Yes, teacher!
Kung kinsa po makakuha o mga butang na ang color yellow na ay reward nga ihatag si teacher. Nasabtan mga bata?
Yes, teacher!
Kung kinsa to'y pinakadaghang reward nga nakuha, mautoy makadaog sa dula. Ready na? Ready na?
Aha!
Okay, ready? Kuhaa ang yellow nga gunting. Okay, Zoe.
Ang akong nakuha gunting. Ang iyang color, yellow.
Very good! Pakpakan na to si Zoe! Na-reward sa Zoe. Na-reward na hatag si teacher. Sama ni Zoe.
3 star.
Very good! Next! Ang sunod ninyong kuhaon, tray na yellow. Okay. Di Aki.
Ang akong nakuha kay tray na yellow.
Sakto si Aki.
Yes, teacher!
Natong pakpakan si Aki, Bin. I reward si Aki. Sana Aki?
3 star.
Very good. 3 stars. Okay, next. Ang inyong kuhaon, yung tarong lingkod, Aki. Yellow nga lapis. Okay, very good. Kirot?
Ang akong gunitan lapis ang iyang color yellow.
Kisakto si Ruth?
Yes, teacher!
Baka na to si Ruth. Okay, nana po reward si Ruth. Unsa ni Ruth?
3 star.
Very good. Next. Ang sunod niyo kuhaon, baso nga yellow. Okay, CJ.
Ang ako nakuha kay baso yung color yellow.
Sakto si CJ?
Yes, teacher!
Ay, atong pakpakan si CJ. Okay, nana reward si CJ. CJ. Unsa na CJ?
3 star.
Very good. Okay. Karon, ang sunod niyo kuhaon, yellow nga bula. Okay, Aki, ali Aki.
Ang akong nakuha kay bula ang iyang color yellow.
Very good. Pakpakan na to si Aki. Oh, ano po reward si Aki? Unsa na Aki?
3 stars.
Pila na kabuk imong stars?
6.
Ha, iphapon mo be?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
Okay, 6 na kabuok ang star ni Aki. Ang uban ko no be, Ruth, pila kabuk imong star?
1, 2, 3.
Okay, 3 ang iyang star. Ikaw, Zoe.
1, 2, 3.
Very good. 3 po iyang star. Ikaw, CJ.
1, 2, 3.
Okay, 3 po ang star ni CJ. Kinsa may nakadaog ninyo nga daghang star?
Aidan! Aidan!
Okay, si Aidan o si Aki. Very good. Nasabtan niyo mga bata?
Yes, teacher!
Mga butang na inyong ipangkuha kung sa'y color nila?
Yellow!
Very good. Nindot kaayo ang video nga atong nakita mga bata. Makalingaw kaayo. Sige mga bata, pagtan-aw og mga butang nga color yellow nga makita sulod sa inyong balay. Hikapa o kuhaa o ipakita kini sa inyong mama o papa. Kung nakakuha na kamo, maayo Maayo mga bata. Karon, pangita na pud mo og laing mga butang nga color yellow o dalag. Og ipakita kini sa inyong ate o kuya. Nakakita na ba kamo og mga butang nga color yellow mga bata? Kung nakakita na kamo, maayo mga bata! Ipakita na ba ninyo kini sa inyong ate o kuya? Kung inyo nang ipakita, very good! Karon, alang sa dugang pagkaton, kuhaa ang inyong activity sheet para karong adlaw. Para sa unang buluhaton, isulat ang check sa mga hulagway nga adunay color yellow o dalag. Og ikis kung dili color yellow o dalag. Akong usbon mga bata. Isulat ang check sa mga hulagway nga adunay color yellow o dalag. Og ikis kung dili color yellow o dalag. Alang sa dugang buluhaton, kolori o yellow o dalag ang mga musunod nga hulagway. Akong usbon mga bata. Kolori o yellow o dalag ang mga musunod nga hulagway. Ug dinhi natapos ang atong leksyon karong adlaw. Hangtod sa sunod higayon, daghang salamat mga bata. Bye-bye!
Edukasyon sa pagpapakatao ang kailangan ng mundo upang matutong pakikipagkapwa-tao, mabuti ang loob at maginoo. Mag-aral na tayo ng ESP, mag-aral na tayo ng ESP.
Maayong adlaw mga bata. Ani ana usab kita sa atong klase sa kindergarten. Dinhi sa telebisyon o sa radyo. Andam na ba kamo nga magkat-on karong adlaw? Ali na, magkat-on na ta. Gahapon, atong nakat-unan ang bahin sa color nga blue o asul. Sama sa bag, sapatos, payong, tsinelas, t-shirt o bola. Karong adlaw, ato na sab nakat-unan ang bahin sa color nga yellow o dalag. Mga bata, na ako'y ipakita ninyo. Tan-awa. Mao kini ang hinog nga saging. Ang iyang color yellow o dalag. Usbo na ko mga bata. Mao kini ang hinog nga saging. Ang iyang color yellow o dalag. Usbo na ko sa makausa mga bata. Kini mao ang hinog na saging. Ang iyang color, yellow o dalag. Aduna na pud ko'y lain ipakita mga bata. Kini mao ang hinog nga mangga. Ang iyang color, yellow o dalag. Usbo na ko mga bata. Kini mao ang hinog nga mangga. Ang iyang color, yellow o dalag. Usbo na ko sa makausa mga bata. Kini mao ang hinog nga mangga. Ang iyang color, yellow o dalag. Kini usab ang lemon. Ang iyang color, yellow o dalag. Usbo na ko mga bata. Kini usab ang lemon. Ang iyang color, yellow o dalag. Usbo na ko sa makausa mga bata. Kini mao ang lemon. Ang iyang color, yellow o dalag. Aduna na pud ko'y ipakita mga bata. Kini mao ang Crayola. Ang iyang color, yellow o dalag. Usbo na ko mga bata. Kini mao ang Crayola. Ang iyang color, yellow o dalag. Usbo na ko sa makausa mga bata. Kini mao ang Crayola. Ang iyang color, yellow o dalag. Aduna na pud ko'y lain ipakita mga bata. Kini mao ang lapis. Ang iyang color, yellow o dalag. Usbo na ko sa makausa mga bata. Kini mao ang lapis. Ang iyang color, yellow o dalag. Mga bata, nailhan na gyud nato kung unsa ang color nga yellow o dalag. Karon mga bata, na ako'y pakita ninyo nga video. Video kini sa mga bata kauban si teacher. Ato kining tan-awon o paminawon. Mga bata, tan-awa ko ninyo. Unsay color sa akong sinina?
Yellow!
Very good! Yellow ang color sa akong sinina. Karon mga bata, magdula ta. Na ako'y mga butang diha sa tubangan. Ang inyong buhaton, mamita o mga butang na ang color yellow sama sa akong sinina. Nasabtan mga bata?
Yes, teacher!
Kung kinsa kung makakuha o mga butang na ang color yellow na ay reward nga ihatag si teacher. Nasabtan mga bata?
Yes, teacher!
Kung kinsa to'y pinakadaghang reward nga nakuha, mautoy makadaog sa dula. Ready na? Ready na?
Aha, aha!
Okay? Ready? Kuhaa ang yellow nga gunting. Okay. Zoe.
Ang akong nakuha gunting. Ang iyang color, yellow.
Very good! Pakpakan na to si Zoe! Na-ay reward sa Zoe. Na-ay reward na ihatag si teacher. Sama ni Zoe.
3 star.
Very good! Next! Ang sunod ninyong kuhaon, tray na yellow! Okay. Tray Aki.
Ang akong nakuha kay tray na yellow.
Sakto si Aki.
Yes, teacher!
Natupakpakan si Aki, Bin. I reward si Aki. Sana Aki?
3 star.
Very good. 3 stars. The next. Ang inyong lingkod, Aki. Yellow nga lapis. Okay, very good. Kirot?
Ang akong gunitan lapis ang iyang color yellow.
Kisakto si Ruth?
Yes, teacher!
Baka na to si Ruth. Okay, nana po reward si Ruth. Unsa ni Ruth?
3 stars.
Very good. Next. Ang sunod niyo kuhaon. Baso nga yellow. Okay, CJ.
Ang ako nakuha kay baso yung color yellow.
Sakto si CJ?
Yes, teacher!
Okay, atong pakpakan si CJ. Okay, nanay reward si CJ. CJ. Unsa na CJ?
3 stars.
Very good. Okay. Karon. Ang sunod niyong kuhaon. Yellow nga bula. Okay, Aki, ali Aki.
Ang akong nakuha kay bula ang iyang color yellow.
Very good. Pakpakan na to si Aki. Oh, ano po reward si Aki? Unsa na Aki?
3 stars.
Pila na kabuk imong stars?
6.
Ha, iphapon mo be.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
Okay, 6 na kabuok ang star ni Aki. Ang uban ko mo be, Ruth, pila kabuk imong star?
1, 2, 3.
Okay, 3 ang iyang star. Ikaw, Zoe.
1, 2, 3.
Very good. 3 po iyang star. Ikaw, CJ.
1, 2, 3.
Okay, 3 po ang star ni CJ. Kinsa may nakadaog ninyo nga daghang star?
Aidan!
Okay, si Aidan o si Aki. Very good. Nasabtan niyo mga bata?
Yes, teacher!
Na mga butang na inyong ipangkuha kung sa'y color nila?
Yellow!
Very good. Nindot kaayo ang video nga atong nakita mga bata. Makalingaw kaayo. Sige mga bata, pagtan-aw og mga butang nga color yellow nga makita sulod sa inyong balay. Hikapa o kuhaa o ipakita kini sa inyong mama o papa. Kung nakakuha na kamo, maayo mga bata. Karon, pangita na pud mo og laing mga butang nga color yellow o dalag. Og ipakita kini sa inyong ate o kuya. Nakakita na ba kamo og mga butang nga color yellow mga bata? Kung nakakita na kamo, maayo mga bata! Ipakita na ba ninyo kini sa inyong ate o kuya? Kung inyo nang ipakita, very good! Karon, alang sa dugang pagkaton, kuhaa ang inyong activity sheet para karong adlaw. Para sa unang buluhaton, isulat ang check sa mga hulagway nga adunay color yellow o dalag. Og ikis kung dili color yellow o dalag. Akong usbon mga bata. Isulat ang check sa mga hulagway nga adunay color yellow o dalag. O ikis kung dili color yellow o dalag. Alang sa dugang buluhaton, kolori o yellow o dalag ang mga musunod nga hulagway. Akong usbon mga bata. Kolori o yellow o dalag ang mga musunod nga hulagway. Ug dinhi natapos ang atong leksyon karong adlaw. Hangtod sa sunod higayon, daghang salamat mga bata. Bye-bye.
Edukasyon sa pagpapakatao
Welcome na usab sa malipayong pagkaton. Karong adlaw, atong makatunan pag-usab ang color yellow. Sige, magsugod na kita. Mao kini ang mga butang nga color yellow. Unsa man kana? Ang iyang tingog kwak kwak kwak. Unsa man kana? Sakto, pato. Unsa may color sa pato? Very good, yellow. Yellow nga pato. Ikaw daw, be? Yellow nga pato. Very good. Kana, unsa man kana? Makita usab nato na sa kalangitan. Pwede pod kung mag very good ka, tagaan kini teacher og ingon ana. Unsa man kana? Sakto, star. Unsa may color sa star? Correct. Yellow. Yellow nga star. Ikaw daw, be? Yellow nga star. Very good. Kana, unsa man kana? Mukhaon ba kag ingon ana? Lami kaayo na ug masustansya pa jud. Unsa man kana? Sakto, saging. Unsa may color sa saging? Correct, yellow. Yellow nga saging. Ikaw daw, be? Yellow nga saging. Very good. Kana, unsa man kana? Oh, makita usab nato kini sa kalangitan. Unsa man kana? Sakto, adlaw. Unsay color sa adlaw? Correct, yellow. Yellow nga adlaw. Ikaw daw, be? Yellow nga adlaw. Maayo. Kana, unsa man kana? Aduna ka ba'y ingon ana? Unsa man kana? Sakto, Crayola. Unsa may color sa Crayola? Sakto, yellow. Yellow nga Crayola. Ikaw daw, be? Yellow nga Crayola. Maayo na kaayo. Karon mga bata, ato daw sulayan, be? Ug kaila na ba jud og color yellow? Inyong buhaton. Butangi lang og check ang hulagway nga color yellow. Oo, inyo lang checkan ang color yellow. Unsa kana? Sakto, dahon. Kana. Pato. Asa man ana ang color yellow? Ang dahon or ang pato? Sige daw, be. Chiki daw. Sakto, ang pato. Yellow ang pato. Very good. Kana, unsa man kana? Unsa ganina? Star.
Kini. Unsa man kini? Correct. Crayola. Asa man ana ang color yellow? Ang star or ang Crayola? Sige daw, B. Chiki daw. Sakto! Ang star. Yellow, ang star. Very good! Kini, unsa gani ni? Sakto, saging. Kini, unsa man na? Sakto. Balon. Asa man ana ang color yellow? Ang saging or ang balon? Very good! Ang saging. Yellow, ang saging. Wow! Maayo na kaayo. Kana. Unsa gali na? Correct. Adlaw. Kana, unsa man na? Baki. Asa man ana ang color yellow? Ang adlaw or ang baki? Sakto. Ang adlaw. Very good. Kana, unsa gali na? Sakto, Crayola. Kana. Correct. Payong. Asa gani ana ang color yellow? I-check ang color yellow. Correct. Yellow ang Crayola. Very good. Karon mga bata, mao kini ang inyong buhaton. Andama ang inyong lapis o Crayola nga yellow. Ang inyong buhaton, kulore ang sunflower gamit ang yellow nga Crayola. O pangitaa ang inyong Crayola nga yellow o kulore ang sunflower. Ado na ba kamoy nakita nga sunflower? Sakto. Inyong kuluran ka na og yellow. Apan ang dahon ni ana, color green. Ang ikaduha ninyo nga buhaton, isumpay ang mga tuldok nga adunay mga numero ug kuluran ang sunflower gamit ang yellow nga Crayola. Ang inyong buhaton mga bata, pangitaa ang tuldok nga adunay numero nga 1. Ug isumpay kini sa tuldok nga adunay numero nga 2 hangtod kini maabot sa number 16 aron mapurma kini nga sunflower ug inyo kining kuluran og yellow. Aduna usab kamoy makita nga pato. Kuluran kini ninyo og yellow. So mao kini ang mga butang nga color yellow. So karon kaila na jud mo og color yellow. Unsa gani na nga color? Yellow. Ikaw daw bi usbon pag-usap? Yellow. So karong adlaw nakatunan pag-usab ninyo ang color yellow. Daghang salamat mga bata ug magkita-kita na usab kita sa sunod sa malipayong pagkaton. Bye-bye. Bye-bye. Goodbye. Bye-bye. Bye-bye. Goodbye. Goodbye. Welcome na usab sa malipayong pagkaton. Karong adlaw, atong makatkunan pag-usab ang color yellow. Sige, magsugod na kita. Mao kini ang mga butang nga color yellow. Unsa man kana? Ang iyang tingog kwak kwak kwak. Unsa man kana? Sakto, pato. Unsa may color sa pato? Very good, yellow. Yellow nga pato. Ikaw daw, be? Yellow nga pato. Very good. Kana, unsa man kana? Makita usab nato na sa kalangitan. Pwede pod kung mag very good ka, tagaan kini teacher og ingon ana. Unsa man kana? Sakto, star. Unsa may color sa star? Correct. Yellow. Yellow nga star. Ikaw daw, be? Yellow nga star. Very good. Kana, unsa man kana? Mukhaon ba kag ingon ana? Lami kaayo na ug masustansya pa jud. Unsa man kana? Sakto, saging. Unsa may color sa saging? Correct, yellow. Yellow nga saging. Ikaw daw, be? Yellow nga saging. Very good. Kana, unsa man kana? Oh, makita usab nato kini sa kalangitan. Unsa man kana? Sakto, adlaw. Unsay color sa adlaw? Correct, yellow. Yellow nga adlaw. Ikaw daw, be? Yellow nga adlaw. Maayo. Kana, unsa man kana? Aduna ka ba'y ingon ana? Unsa man kana? Sakto, Crayola. Unsa may color sa Crayola? Sakto, yellow. Yellow nga Crayola. Ikaw daw, be? Yellow nga Crayola. Maayo na kaayo. Karon mga bata, ato daw sulayan, be? Ug kaila na ba jud og color yellow? Inyong buhaton, butangi lang og check ang hulagway nga color yellow. Oo, inyo lang checkan ang color yellow. Unsa kana? Sakto, dahon. Kana. Pato. Asa man ana ang color yellow? Ang dahon or ang pato? Sige daw, be? Chiki daw? Sakto! Ang pato! Yellow ang pato. Very good! Kana, unsa man kana? Unsa ganina? Star. Kini. Unsa man kini? Correct. Crayola. Asa man ana ang color yellow? Ang star or ang Crayola? Sige daw, B. Chiki daw. Sakto! Ang star. Yellow. Ang star. Very good! Kini. Unsa gani ni? Sakto, saging. Kini, unsa man na? Sakto. Balon. Asa man ana ang color yellow? Ang saging or ang balon? Very good! Ang saging. Yellow, ang saging. Wow! Maayo na kaayo. Kana. Unsa gali na? Correct. Adlaw. Kana, unsa man na? Baki. Asa man ana ang color yellow? Ang adlaw or ang baki? Sakto! Ang adlaw. Very good! Kana, unsa gali na? Sakto, Crayola. Kana. Correct. Payong. Asa gani ana ang color yellow? I-check ang color yellow. Correct. Yellow ang Crayola. Very good. Karon mga bata, mao kini ang inyong buhaton. Andama ang inyong lapis o Crayola nga yellow. Ang inyong buhaton, kulore ang sunflower gamit ang yellow nga Crayola. O pangitaa ang inyong Crayola nga yellow o kulore ang sunflower. Ado na ba kamoy nakita nga sunflower? Sakto. Inyong kuluran ka na og yellow. Apan ang dahon ni ana, color green. Ang ikaduha ninyo nga buhaton, isumpay ang mga tuldok nga adunay mga numero ug kuluran ang sunflower gamit ang yellow nga Crayola. Ang inyong buhaton mga bata, pangitaa ang tuldok nga adunay numero nga 1. Ug isumpay kini sa tuldok nga adunay numero nga 2 hangtod kini maabot sa number 16 aron mapurma kini nga sunflower ug inyo kining kuluran og yellow. Aduna usab kamoy makita nga pato. Kuluran kini ninyo og yellow. So mao kini ang mga butang nga color yellow. So karon kaila na jud mo og color yellow. Unsa gani na nga color? Yellow. Ikaw daw Pi, usbon pag-usap? Yellow. So karong adlaw nakatunan pag-usab ninyo ang color yellow. Daghang salamat mga bata ug magkita-kita na usab kita sa sunod sa malipayong pagkaton. Bye-bye. Bye-bye. Goodbye. Bye-bye. Bye-bye. Goodbye. Goodbye.
sad, the tears are in your eyes. Come on and come to me now. Don't be ashamed to cry. Let me see you through, 'cause I've seen the dark side too. When the night falls on you, you don't know what to do. Nothing you confess can make me love you less. I'll stand by you, I'll stand by you. Won't let nobody hurt you. I'll stand by you. So if you're mad, get mad. Don't hold it all inside. Come on and talk to me now. Hey, what you got to hide? I get angry too. Well, I'm a lot like you. When you're standing at the crossroads and don't know which path to choose, let me come along. 'Cause even if you're wrong, I'll stand by you. I'll stand by you. Won't let nobody hurt you. I'll stand by you. Take me into your darkest hour, and I'll never desert you. I'll stand by you. And when the night falls on you, baby, you're feeling all alone. You won't be on your own. I'll stand by you. I'll stand by you. Won't let nobody hurt you. I'll stand by you. Take me into your darkest hour, and I'll never desert you. I'll stand by you. I'll stand by you. I'll stand by you.
Inihahandog ng Dibisyon ng Tangkub City ang iba't ibang kwento, aral at kaalaman habang kayo ay nasa inyong mga tahanan. TV-based instruction.
po, tita.
Tita!
Ano po?
Ang bait niyo naman. Ano ba yung pinagkakabalahan ninyong dalawa dyan?
Tita, naghahanda po kami ng babaunin ni na mama at ang kanyang mga katrabaho. Malayo po kasi yung biyahe nila para sa seminar. Kaya, tumulong na lang kami ni Coco para maghanda sa kanilang kakainin sa daan.
Ganun ba? Ano namang gagawin ninyo sa mga dahon ng niyog na to?
Ito po. Marami po tayo nito sa likod ng bahay. Kaya, gagawa na lang kami ng puso. Kasi, bukod sa matagal itong mapanis, masarap pang kainin.
Talaga? Ang sisipag Manang-mana kayo sa nanay ninyo. Mahilig din siyang gumawa niyan.
Tinuruan po kasi kami ni Mama sa paggawa nito, tita. Di ba, kuya?
Tama.
Ay, ganun ba? Ang bait naman ng mga batang to. Dinaig niyo pa yung diskarte ko. Sige nga, turuan niyo nga ako.
Simple lang po ito, tita. Tatanggalin lang po natin ang tingting sa dahon ng niyog. Tapos po, sundin na lang natin ang pagkasunod-sunod ng pagkahabi para makabuo tayo base sa gusto nating hugis. Tapos, lagyan na lang natin ito ng bigas at pakuluan para maluto.
Wow! Masyadong ginalingan, ha? O ayan, dyan muna kayong dalawa kasi pupuntahan ko muna yung nanay ninyo.
Okay po.
Sige po, tita.
Bye.
Sige po. Bye-bye.
Oh, hi, Tito! Oh, Tito, ba't ang dami niyong hugasin?
Uy, Ho! Andiyan ka pala! Nagluto ako ng lechiplan. Paborito kasi yun ng mga kapatid mo. Kagaya nito, nilinis ko mga kagamitan na ginamit ko, kagaya ng sandok, steamer, at iba pa.
Ganun ba, Tito? Patikim naman.
O sige, tamang-tama, napalamig ko na sa ref. Tawagin mo na sila na makakain tayo.
Okay, sige, Tito. Tatawagin ko na sila.
Ate Olive, may tanong ko lang. Bakit nga ba nahilig ka sa puso? Dati sa tuwing may lakad tayo, nahiligan mo namang magbaon.
At ikaw naman, Heart, ang tagakain ng baon ko?
Totoo yan. Ang takaw mo talaga ng mga bata pa tayo, Heart.
Kuya naman, wala namang laglagan. Ikaw kaya yung matakaw.
Hay nako, pareho kayong matatakaw. Dun sa tanong mo, Heart, kung bakit nakahiligan ko yung puso, bukod naman sa masarap talaga ang puso, alam niyo bang dalawa na sa simpleng pagkain ng puso ay nakatutulong tayo sa pangangalaga ng ating kalikasan?
Ganun po ba, ate?
Ha? Paano nangyari yun? Isipin nyo na lang, sa dinami-rami ng mga taong gumagamit ng plastic araw-araw, ay dumarami rin ang produksyon ng basurang itinatapon natin kung saan-saan.
Parang naiintindihan ko na, ate. Sa halip na gumamit tayo ng plastic para pambalot ng kanin, ay gumamit na lang tayo ng dahon ng niyog. Bukod na makakatipid pa tayo, makakatulong pa ito sa pagkontrol ng pagdami ng basura.
Nakuha mo ang punto ko, Oliver. Kapag hindi na pamahalaan ng maayos ang pagdami ng basura, magdudulot ito ng kontaminasyon sa lupa, sa tubig at sa hangin. Kaya kayong dalawa, tulad ng iba, maging responsable rin sana kayo sa pangangalaga ng ating kapaligiran para sa ikabubuti ng lahat.
Opo naman ate. Ikaw kaya nagturo sa amin yan.
Ay, maiba ako, Heart. Kumusta na nga pala yung ina-applyan mong trabaho? Natanggap ka ba?
Nag-aantay pa nga ako ng tawag ate. Di ko nga alam kung tatawagan pa ba ako nun.
Naalala ko, di ba mahilig kang magbenta ng kung ano-ano? Kaya nga business ang kursong natapos mo eh.
Ay sinabi mo pa ate. Gusto ko talagang magnegosyo kaso nga lang wala akong puhunan.
Tamang-tama! Mabuti pa sumama ka na lang sa akin kasi alam mo, yung seminar na dadaluhan ko bukas, nako, tungkol yun sa pagnenegosyo.
Talaga ate? Sige, sasama ako. Gusto ko kasing madaragdagan pa yung kaalaman ko sa pagnenegosyo.
O siya, magbihis ka na. Ako nang tatapos nito at maaga pa tayo bukas.
Okay ate, sige, thank you.
Oh, Claire!
Hello, ma'am?
Nasaan na kayo? Mahuhuli tayo. Halina kayo.
Pasensya na po. Na-flat tire po kami. Pero naayos na po. Papunta na po kami dyan.
Sige. Mag-iingat kayo. Ay, mabuti naman at nandito na kayong dalawa.
Ay, sorry ma'am. Bigla ko kasing na-flat ang gulong ng motor ko. Kapag tataka nga kasi kabibili ko pa lang doon.
Bakit kaya na-flat yung gulong mo? Kabibili mo lang pala. Baka natusok ng bubog sa daan.
Yan nga po ma'am pina-check namin. Nadiskubrihan namin na may tusok pala ng pako. Kaya yun.
Totoo yun, ma'am. Buti na lang at may nadaanan kaming bukas na vulcanizing shop. Kaya naayos din agad.
Siya. Umalis na tayo at nang hindi tayo mahuli.
Good morning, ma'am. Good morning, ma'am. How may I help you?
Excuse us, sir. Pwede po bang magpa-register muna kami bago mag-attendance? Medyo marami pa po kasi ang nakapila sa registration booth eh.
Okay lang po, ma'am. No problem po. Kahit ano po yung mauna ay okay lang. After having your registration, isunod nyo na lang po ang pag-fill out ng attendance sheet pag hindi na po masyadong busy.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It is with pleasure and privilege to introduce today our speaker who is going to talk to us about how she made it to the top 10 most successful entrepreneurs in the country. This is an interesting topic since the road to financial freedom is narrow. Our speaker is the youngest award-winning businesswoman who is also a professional accountant specializing in personal finances and taxation for over 10 years and has guided the financial affairs of some of this country's best-known entrepreneurs and executives. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming Miss Cynthia Shao. We all had dreamed for something that made us excited and motivated. According to Chinese philosopher Lao Tzu, the journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single footstep. All successful businessmen had experienced failure before they enjoyed the peak of success. Major twists in my life did not occur overnight. They happened gradually. The same applies in the world of business. It is said that great entrepreneurs who had started with humble beginnings believed in the beauty of their dreams and strove to perform better and decided to make a decision that transformed their lives and that of others. The path I took was never easy. It was a road less traveled by. But what had kept me going, that one day, everything will make perfect sense. This time, let's proceed to our open forum to be initiated by our facilitator, Mr. Jonas De Vera.
Sa pagkakataong ito ay inaanyayahan ang lahat ng mga participants na magtanong o magbahagi ng kanilang ideya. Yes, Ma'am Rhoda.
Magandang araw po sa lahat. Isa po sa mga suliranin ko ay ang pagbaba ng aking kita sa negosyo kong RTW. Matumal po ang benta ko dahil sa pagsulpot ng maraming kakompetensya. Ano po ba ang maaari kong gawin?
Ang may papayo ko sa iyo ay sikapin mong makahanap ng supplier kung saan makakakuha ka ng mas mura, subalit di kalidad na produkto na hinahanap ng iyong mamimili. Alamin mo rin ang mga presyo ng iyong binibenta sa ibang tindahan para may basihan ka kung kailan ka magtataas o magbababa ng presyo. Kapag ginawa mo ito, check na may bibili sa tindahan mo dahil hindi nalalayo ang presyo ng mga produkto mo sa ibang tindahan at bukod pa dun, maganda at sulit sa bulsa.
Yes po, Ma'am Karina.
Good day po sa lahat. Kung halimbawa po, kung ang inyong negosyo ay nasasapawan na ng inyong kakompetensya, ay mag-isip po kayo ng paraan na mapagsamasa. Like, for example, sa aking negosyo, sa aking experience. So, may libre, mainit, at masarap na sabaw po kami na inihahain sa mga customers. Kaya yun po ang aking experience kapag may kakompetensya na po kayo. Thank you po.
Salamat din po, Ma'am Karina. Napakaganda ng ating talakayan ngayong araw. Sino pa po ba ang may mga katanungan?
Thank you, ate. Kasi sinama mo ako dito. Ayun tuloy, ang dami sa natututunan. Alam mo naman, Heart, na pagpano sa'yo, gagawin ni ate ang lahat. Thank you, ate. Kaya nga, love na love kita eh. Bakit naman siya?
7 Mathematics. Today is another brand new day to learn another lesson in mathematics.
Dito sa nag-iisang programa nyo, Ang Tangkub. We learn all things, ang saya.
Ready na, ready na?
Hooray! Now, let us begin. This time, let's play back a scene on the conversation of Claire and the receptionist in the registration booth.
Morning, ma'am. How may I help you? Excuse us, sir. Pwede po bang magpa-register muna kami bago mag-attendance? Medyo marami pa po kasi ang nakapila sa registration booth eh.
Okay lang po, ma'am. No problem po. Kahit ano po yung mauna ay okay lang. After having your registration, isunod nyo na lang po ang pag-fill out ng attendance sheet pag hindi na po masyadong busy.
On the conversation, you have noticed that either Claire signs up the attendance first before the registration, or the other way around, whichever comes first would be acceptable. This situation shows how one of the properties of the operations on integers is performed.
Yes, you heard it right. We will know later what properties of integers describes in the scenario earlier, as we discuss our topic for today, and that is all about properties of operations of integers.
A property is a mathematics rule that is always true. Properties of these integers will help us to answer and simplify a series of operations on integers quickly.
Now, let us have the first property. Closure property. Closure property under addition and subtraction states that the sum or difference of any two integers is also an integer. We can represent this in symbols. If a and b are integers, then a plus b is an integer, and a minus b is an integer. Let us have example. 7 plus 8 is equal to 15. Notice that 7 and 8 are both integers. The answer, which is 15, is also an integer. Another example of closure property. Notice that the integer 16 plus another integer, which is negative 7, the answer is also an integer, and that is equal to 9. Another example. 7 minus 8 is equal to negative 1. Notice that an integer 7 minus another integer, which is positive 8, the answer is also equal to an integer, which is negative 1.
Adding or subtracting positive or negative integers, the result is also equal to an integer. This is also true under multiplication.
Closure property under multiplication states that the product of any two integers is also an integer. In symbols, if a and b are integers, then a times b is an integer. Let us have our example. Positive 16 times positive 3 is equal to positive 48. Multiplying two integers, the result is also an integer. Next example. Negative 23 times negative 9 is equal to positive 207. Again, multiplying two integers, the answer is again an integer. Take note that division of integers doesn't follow closure property. Why? Because If A and B are integers, then A divided by B may or may not be an integer. Example, -5 divided by -10. It is equal to +1/2. +1/2 is not an integer. Therefore, division doesn't follow closure property. Let us have our second property, commutative property. Commutative property of addition states that two integers can be added in any order. In symbols, we have if A and B are integers, then A plus B is equal to B plus A. Let us have our first example. -6 plus -3 is equal to -3 plus -6. Let us evaluate both sides of the equation. Let's have first -6 plus -3. Correct. The answer is -9. The right side of the equation is -3 plus -6. Correct. The answer is also equal to -9.
Right, this property has the same concept applies in the scenario we had earlier. When Claire signed up the attendance first before the registration, the receptionist said, "No problem po, kahit ano po yung mauna ay okay lang." Same in commutative property of addition. Two integers can be added in any order.
Let us have another example of commutative property. +16 plus -5. It is equal to -5 plus +16. Evaluating each side of the equation, we have 16 plus -5 is equal to +11. Same on the other side of the equation, we have -5 plus +16 is also equal to +11. Take note that subtraction is not commutative for integers. Why? Because if A and B are integers, then A minus B is not equal to B minus A. Let's have an example. 12 minus 6 is not equal to 6 minus 12. Evaluating both sides, we have first 12 minus 6 is equal to +6. On the other side, we have 6 minus 12. 6 minus 12 is equal to -6. This shows 6 is not equal to -6. Commutative property is also true in multiplication. Commutative property of multiplication states that two integers can be multiplied in any order. In symbols, we have if A and B are integers, then A times B is equal to B times A. Let's have example. +24 times +3 is equal to +3 times +24. Evaluating both sides of the equation, we have 24 times 3 is equal to +72. Same on the right side of the equation. 3 times +24 is equal to +72. This shows that commutative property is true in multiplication. Another example, -4 times +A is equal to +8 times -4. Multiplying the integers -4 and 8, the result is -32. Same with multiplying the integers +8 and -4. The answer is also equal to -32. Division is not commutative for integers. Why? Because if A and B are integers, then A divided by B
is not equal to B divided by A. Let us have an example. 25 divided by 5 is not equal to 5 divided by 25. Evaluating both sides, we have 25 divided by 5 is equal to 5. But 5 divided by 25 is not equal to positive 5. It is equal to 1/5. This shows that division is not commutative property for integers. The third property is associative property. Associative property of addition states that if 3 integers are added, it makes no difference whether which 2 are added first. In symbols, if we have A, B, and C are integers, then the quantity of A plus B plus C is equal to A plus the quantity B plus C. Let us have an example. The quantity of 9 plus 6 plus 2 is equal to 9 plus the quantity of 6 plus 2. If we are going to add 9 and 6 first, before added to 2, we have 15 plus 2, and that is equal to 17. Same with if we add first 6 and 2 before added to 9. 6 plus 2 is equal to 8. We now have 9 plus 8, that is also equal to 17. Let us have our second example. The quantity of negative 8 plus 4 plus 7 equals negative 8 plus the quantity of 4 plus 7. If we add negative 8 and 4 first before added to 7, we now have negative 4 plus 7. That is equal to 3. Same with if we add first 4 and 7 before the negative 8. We now have negative 8 plus 11. It is still also equal to positive 3. Take note that subtraction is not associative in nature. This shows that if A, B, and C are integers, then A minus the quantity of B minus C is not equal to the quantity of A minus B minus C. Let us have example. 3 minus the quantity of 2 minus 1 is not equal to the quantity of 3 minus 2 minus 1. If we subtract first 2 and 1, the result is 1. So we now have 3 minus 1. 3 minus 1 is equal to 2. Let us evaluate the other expression. If we subtract first 3 and 2, the result is 1. We now have 1 minus 1. 1 minus 1 is equal to 0. This shows 2 is not equal to 0. Therefore, subtraction is not associative in nature. Associative property of multiplication states that if 3 integers are multiplied, it makes no difference whether which 2 are multiplied first. In symbols, we have if A, B, and C are integers, then the quantity of A times B times C is equal to A times the quantity of B times C. The quantity of 2 times 3 times 7 is equal to 2 times the quantity of 3 times 7. 2 and 3, the result, if we multiply first, we now have 6 times 7. 6 times 7 is equal to 42. This is the same if we multiply first 3 and 7. The product of 3 and 7 is equal to 21. We now have 2 times 21. 2 times 21 is also equal to 42. This shows that multiplication is also true in associative property. Another example, we have negative 8 times the quantity of 4 times negative 6 is equal to the quantity of negative 8 times 4 times negative 6. If we multiply first 4 and negative 6, the result is negative 24. We now have negative 8 times negative 24. Negative 8 times negative 24 is equal to positive 192. This is the same if we multiply first negative 8 and 4. Negative 8 times 4 is equal to negative 32. We now have negative 32 times negative 6 is also equal to positive 192. But take note, learners, that division doesn't follow associative property. The fourth property of integers is identity property. Identity property of addition states that any integer added to the identity element 0 will remain unchanged. In symbols, if a is an integer, then a plus 0 is equal to a, or 0 plus a is also equal to a. Always remember that 0 is the identity element of addition. Let us have an example. 39 plus 0 is still equal to 39, or 0 plus 39. The answer is yes, it is equal to 39. Negative 94 plus 0 is equal to, right, still negative 94, or 0 plus negative 94 is equal to negative 94. Identity property of multiplication states that any number multiplied to the identity element 1 will remain unchanged. In symbol, if we have a as an integer, then a times 1 is equal to a. Always remember that 1 is the identity element for multiplication. Let us have an example. 39 times 1. It is equal to, yes, 39. What about 1 times negative 83? Yes, it is equal to negative 83. These examples shows identity property. Next property is inverse property. Inverse property of addition states that the sum of an integer and its additive inverse or opposite is the identity element 0. A and negative a are additive inverses. In symbols, if a is an integer, then a plus negative a is equal to 0, or negative a plus positive a is equal to 0. Let us have an example. Positive 6 plus negative 6 is equal to 0, or negative 6 plus positive 6 is equal to 0. Positive 73 plus negative 73 is equal to 0, or negative 73 plus positive 73 is equal to 0. This shows that adding additive inverses, it is always equal to 0. Inverse property of multiplication states that the product of an integer and its multiplicative inverse or its reciprocal is the identity element 1. In symbols, if a is an integer, then A times 1 over A is equal to 1. Or 1 over A times A is equal to 1, provided that A is not equal to 0. Let us have an example. 6 times 1 over 6. It is equal to 1. Or 1 over 6 times 6 is equal to 1. Another example. If we have negative 5 times negative 1/5, it is equal to 1. Or negative 1/5 times negative 5 is equal to 1. Always remember that in multiplying its multiplicative inverse or reciprocal, the answer is always equal to 1. The last property is the distributive property. Distributive property of multiplication over addition or subtraction states that multiplication distributes over addition or subtraction. In symbols, if A, B, and C are integers, then A times the quantity of B plus C is equal to A times B plus A times C. A times the quantity of B minus C is equal to A times B minus A times C. Let us have example. 5 times the quantity of 6 plus 12. It is equal to 5 times 6 plus 5 times 12. Another example, negative 7 times the quantity of 9 minus 4. It is equal to negative 7 times 9 minus negative 7 times 4.
Again, what are the different properties of the operations on integers? Very good! We have closure property. Two integers that are added, subtracted, and multiplied remain as integers.
Another is commutative property. Changing the order of two numbers that are either being added or multiplied does not change the value.
Next, associative property. Changing the grouping of numbers that are either added or multiplied does not change its value.
Another is identity property. Identity property states that any number added to 0 is still the number, or any number multiplied by 1 is the same number.
Next, inverse property. The sum of any number and its additive inverse is equal to 0. The product of any number and its multiplicative inverse or reciprocal is always equal to 1.
Lastly is the distributive property. When two numbers have been added or subtracted, then multiplied by a factor, the result will be the same when each number is multiplied by the factor, and the products are then added or subtracted.
Now learners, it's your turn to try. Which property of the operations on integers justifies each statement? 0 plus -3 is equal to -3. The answer is identity property.
Now what about 1 times 20 is equal to 20? Correct. It is identity property.
How about 8 times 1/8 equals 1? Excellent! The answer is inverse property.
Next, if we have -4 plus 4 equals 0. You are right. It is inverse property.
How about -5 plus -2 equals -2 plus -5? Correct! It's commutative property.
What about 2 times the quantity of 3 times 7 equals the quantity of 2 times 3 times 7? Very good. It is associative property.
How about 2 times the quantity of 3 plus 4 equals 2 times 3 plus 2 times 4? Excellent! It's the distributive property. Now, since you already learned the concept of the properties of the operations of integers, it is time to get your activity sheets in Math 7 and answer the following activities.
Activity number 1. The question is, who was the English mathematician widely recognized as the greatest scientist of all time? To answer, match the given statement in column A to its corresponding property in column B. Write the letter that corresponds to the item number in the appropriate box. The first one is done for you. Activity number 2. Multiple choice. Read the questions carefully. Choose the letter of your answer and write it before the number.
Take your time in answering your activities. If you have questions or clarifications, you may contact the number of your teacher printed below your activity sheets.
To end, just like the properties of integers, these are rules. Life has its rules too. You do the right thing
and do the best you can. Good luck and God bless everyone.
Mathematics 8 is coming up. So grade 8 learners, stay tuned and get ready. Bye-bye!
pag-eskwela. Kabataan, pag-asa ng ating bayan. Ikaw, ako, tayong lahat ay magtutulungan. Yardana at kasara, upuan at mga mesa. Ang pag-aaral ay simulan na. Halina, balik eskwela na. Halina, sa school magsama-sama. Abutin ang mga pangarap, mayaman man o mahirap. Edukasyon ay para sa lahat. Halina, balik eskwela na. Halina, at magkakaisa. Maghawak ng kamay, sumigaw ng sabay-sabay. Isang tinig tungo sa tagumpay. Halina, balik eskwela na. Halina, sa school magsama-sama. Abutin ang mga pangarap, mayaman man o mahirap. Edukasyon ay para sa lahat. Halina, balik eskwela na. Halina, at magkakaisa. Maghawak ng kamay, sumigaw ng sabay-sabay. Isang tinig tungo sa tagumpay.
Thanks God, Sabado na. So, walang pasok. Ano kayang lulutuin ni Mama para maibenta namin ngayong araw? Ma, anong ginagawa mo dyan?
Ito anak, gumagawa ko ng costing ng mga ingredients sa paggawa ng pineapple pie na ipapares natin sa ating na scaly.
Talaga, Ma? Hindi pa tayo nagsasayang ng oras sa paggawa ng coasting? Pwede naman tayong bumili agad-agad ng mga ingredients. Total, alam mo naman, Ma, kung ano-anong mga ito.
Anak, ika nga sa mga matatanda, pag may tiyaga, may nilaga. Kailangan mo bigyan ng oras ang costing para mag-calculate natin kung ilang porsyento ang ipapatong natin sa presyo sa bawat slice ng pineapple pie.
Wow, galing mo talaga, Ma! Ay, bugtong ako dyan.
Ano?
Anong prutas ang maraming mata na hindi nakakakita?
Ano kaya yun? Hindi nakikita.
Ako!
Ako. May sagot ako dyan. Queen, wala na bang mas mahirap na bugtong? Napakadali naman. Pinya! Pinya ang sagot doon.
Ede, ikaw nang magaling. Hay naku mga anak, bilang isang ilaw ng tahanan, hindi ko nagustuhan yung mga inaasal ninyo. Ang magkakapatid ay dapat nagtutulungan, hindi nag-aalitan. Nagkakaintindihan ba tayo?
Opo, Ma.
Kaya matibay ang walis, palibhasay, nabibigkis. Siya. Maligo na kayo. Dahil pagkatapos nito ay pupunta na tayo sa palengke. Okay?
Opo.
Okay, Ma.
Naku! Nahihirapan si Ate Sally na itulak ang kanyang box. Oo nga, Beng. Halika, Queen. Tulungan natin siya. Tara. Tulungan yung mga anak. Dahan-dahan mga anak.
Maraming salamat, Bing at Queen. Hindi talaga nagkamali si Maring Sita sa pagpapalaki sa inyo. Maraming salamat, Maring Sally. Palagi kong pinapaalala sa kanila ang kalagahan ng pagtulong sa kapwa. O sige, Mare, pupunta muna kami sa palengke. Sige, Mare, ingat kayo ha. Bye!
O ano bang niluluto niyo dyan?
Tinutulungan po namin si Mama mag-bake ng pineapple pie pa.
Tama yan ang ginagawa niyo mga anak. Maswerte nga kayo sa makabagong panahon kasi oven na ang ginagamit sa pagbibake. Ma'am, natatandaan mo pa ba nung kabataan natin na naghahanap tayo ng mga panggatong upang magamit sa pagluluto?
Tama ka. Oo nga mga anak, noong unang panahon, apoy lang yung ginagamit namin sa pagbibake.
Dahil sa pagka-discovery ng konsepto ng apoy, mayroon na tayong makabagong gamit tulad ng oven.
Alam niyo ba mga anak, na ang kagamitang prehistoriko ay gawa pa sa mga bato at metal.
Ang gagaling naman talaga ng ating mga ninuno. Hindi lang masisipag, matatalino pa.
O ayan mga anak, luto na ang ating pineapple pie.
Wow! Naku, kaya pala lumapit si Papa dahil titikim din siya sa pineapple pie.
Kasama na rin yan sa paglapit ko dito.
Hatiin muna natin mga anak ang pineapple pie. Sige mga anak, dahan-dahan lang ang pagkuha dahil mainit pa ito. Mainit?
Siguradong masarap to. Ang sarap.
Wow nga! Ang sarap ng pineapple pie! Sigurado ako ma na magiging patok ito dito sa atin.
Salamat mga anak. Para sa inyong pag-aaral ang magiging kita natin dito.
Sa 8 slices na ginawa ni Mama, 4 na slices ang nakain natin. So, ibig sabihin, may 4 na slices pa ang natira. O kalahati ng buong pineapple pie.
Tamang-tama! May tag-iisa pang tayo!
O Bingbing at Queen, maghanda na kayo kasi maglalako pa kayo para sa ating mga paninda.
Opo, Ma! Sarap!
Mga suki! Ice candy! Pineapple apple pie! Mga suki! Ice candy! Ice candy! Pineapple pie! Thank you! Thank you po! Mga suki! Ice candy! Pineapple apple pie! Mga suki! Ice candy! Pineapple apple pie! Made with love!
Pakiturn on ng TV. I feel so bored in this house.
You don't know, Cassie, mas maganda mag-watch ng TV pag may pagkain.
Mga suki! Ice candy! Pineapple apple pie! Mga suki! Ice candy! Pineapple apple pie! Wait with love!
Tamang-tama, Marga! May naglalako ng pagkain. Nalabas muna ako bibili. Sige. Ate! Pabili po! How much po is the ice candy and the pineapple pie?
5 po ang ice candy at 5 din ang kada piraso ng pineapple pie.
Okay, so 2 pieces of ice candy at saka 2 pieces of pineapple pie.
Ito po, pineapple pie.
Ice candy! Yay! Ito po.
Thank you. Thank you po sa pagbili, ma'am.
You're welcome. Thank you din. Bye-bye.
Bye. Halika na, Cassie! May bagong palabas ang Dali TV!
Hello, dear viewers! Today's episode is very special for we have 2 popular guests who will grace us with a song number featuring the famous folk songs of their respective countries. To sing to us the famous Malaysian folk song Rasa Sayang, please help me welcome Nur Razam. Famous Indonesian folk song Burung Kakatua. Please help me welcome Azram Rahman.
Burung kakatua hingga di jendela, nenek sudah tua, giginya tinggal 2. Lecum, lecum, lecum hulala, lecum, lecum, lecum hulala, lecum, lecum, lecum hulala, puro kakatua.
Ang gagaling naman nilang umawit, Marga. Switch muna tayo ng channel.
Good day world! Good day Southeast Asia! 2 of the most famous Indonesian and Malaysian singer-songwriters have paid tribute to their hometown by singing traditional folk songs for children in their respective countries.
Look, Cassie! 20 pala itong variety na nakita natin kanina. Pati sa news, ito yung laman.
Oo nga, no?
Ma! Oo nga na! Kamusta ang renta? Ubos lahat ang paninda namin, Ma.
Wow, ang galing! Dahil dyan, meron na kayong baon para bukas!
Yay!
Wow, Ma! Salamat! Sa susunod na weekend na naman kami maglalako.
Okay!
Welcome back mga grade 8 mathematics.
Today is another brand new day to learn another lesson in mathematics.
Dito sa nag-isang programa nyo, ang Tangkub. We learn all things ang saya.
Ready na ba kayo?
Hooray! Now, let us begin. Let's play back the scene where the family ate pineapple pie.
Hatiin muna natin mga anak ang pineapple pie. Sige mga anak, dahan-dahan lang ang pagkuha dahil mainit pa ito. Mainit?
Siguradong masarap to. Ang sarap.
Wow, Ma! Ang sarap ng pineapple pie! Sigurado ako, Ma, na magiging patok ito dito sa atin.
Salamat mga anak. Para sa inyong pag-aaral, ang magiging kita natin dito.
Sa 8 slices na ginawa ni Mama, 4 na slices ang nakain natin. So, ibig sabihin, may 4 na slices pa ang natira. O, kalahati ng buong pineapple pie.
Tamang-tama! May tag-iisa pang tayo!
O, Bingbing at Queen, maghanda na kayo kasi maglalako pa kayo para sa ating mga paninda.
Opo, Ma!
On the scene, you have observed that Quing calculated the remaining slices of pineapple pie. You have noticed that there were 8 slices of pineapple pie all in all. Therefore, this shows that the whole pineapple pie in fraction is equivalent to 8/8. And 1 slice of pineapple pie is equivalent to 1/8 of the whole pineapple pie.
Each of the 4 members of the family ate 1 slice of pie. This shows 1/8 plus 1/8 plus 1/8 plus another 1/8 or 4 times 1/8. And to get the fraction form of the remaining pineapple pie, the result of this will be subtracted from the whole pie, which is 8/8. This process shows the operations of fractions. We have addition, subtraction, multiplication, and division. Applying the rules in performing operations of fractions, we have 1/8 plus 1/8 plus 1/8 plus another 1/8 or 4 times 1/8 is equal to 4/8 or 1/2. Then, the whole pie 8/8 minus the result 4/8 is equal to 4/8 or 1/2.
Just as we can perform operations of fractions, we can also perform operations of rational expressions or fractions that include polynomials. Relax, clear your thoughts, for this time we'll tackle our new lesson for today, and that is operations of rational expressions.
At start in math, students usually learn how to add and subtract whole numbers first before being taught multiplication and division. However, in fraction and rational algebraic expressions, multiplication and division are being taught first because these operations are easier than addition and subtraction. So today, let us focus on multiplication and division of rational algebraic expressions. But before that, what do we mean by rational expressions?
A rational algebraic expression is a ratio of 2 polynomials, provided that the denominator is not equal to 0. In symbols, we have P/Q, where P and Q are polynomials and Q is not equal to 0 because division by 0 is undefined.
Examples of rational expressions are 1 minus m over m minus 1. The numerator 1 minus m is an example of binomial, a polynomial with two terms. The denominator m minus 1 is also a binomial, a polynomial with two terms. Another example is x over x squared minus 9. The numerator x is considered as monomial, a polynomial with one term. The denominator x squared minus 9 is again an example of binomial, a polynomial with two terms. Another example is x squared minus 2x plus 4 over x plus 6. The numerator x squared minus 2x plus 4 is a polynomial. The numerator x squared minus 2x plus 4 is a trinomial, a polynomial with three terms. The denominator is again an example of binomial. Another example is 1 over x. 1 is considered as a monomial, constant to be specific. The denominator x is another example of monomial.
These are some examples of not rational expressions. We have 2 minus square root of x over 4 minus x. Notice that the numerator has a radical, which is square root of x, and square root of x is not a polynomial. So this is not a rational expression. Next, we have 1 minus x over 1 plus 1 over x. Notice that there is a fraction 1 over x in the denominator, and 1 over x is not a polynomial. So this is not rational expression.
In other words, rational expressions are fractions where the numerator and the denominator are polynomials. Moreover, we can use the same process in performing operations of rational expressions as we perform operations of numeric fractions. So now, let's start with multiplication of rational expressions. Are you ready? Good.
Rational expressions are multiplied the same way as you would multiply regular fractions. In other words, it is the product of the numerators divided by the product of the denominators. In simples, a over b times c over d equals a times c or ac over b times d or bd, and BD or the denominator must not be equal to 0. First example, what is the product of 2x over 3 times 5x over y? To solve this, multiply the numerators and also the denominators. So we have 2x times 5x in the numerator and 3 times y in the denominator. Now, simplify. 2x times 5x is 10x squared over 3 times y, which is 3y. So, we have 10x squared over 3y. Notice that the numerator and the denominator of 10x squared over 3y have no factors in common. So, this is our final answer. Do you get it? Let's have another example.
Find the product of 5t over 8 and 4 over 3t squared. First, let us multiply the numerators and denominators. We now have in the numerator 5t times 4. In the denominator, we have 8 times 3t squared. 5t times 4 is equal to 20t. 8 times 3t squared is equal to 24t squared. Notice that the numerator and denominator have common factors. So this is not our final answer. Let us now simplify the resulting rational expression. By cancellation method, we can divide or cancel out factors that are common to both numerator and denominator. So the final answer now is equal to 5 over 6t.
Next example, we have 4xy squared over 3y times 2x over 4y. To solve this, multiply the numerators and also the denominators. So we have 4xy squared times 2x in the numerator, and that is equal to 8x squared y squared. And in the denominator, we have 3y times 4y, and this is equal to 12y squared. So we have 8x squared y squared over 12y squared. Notice that the numerator and the denominator have factors in common. So, cancel out common factors. And the final answer is 2x squared over 3. You can either start by multiplying the expressions, then simplify the expression as we did earlier. Or you could start by simplifying the expressions when it's still fractions and then multiply the remaining terms. For example, using the same given 4xy squared over 3y times 2x over 4y, cancel out common factor first, which is 4. So we have xy squared times 2x, and it is equal to 2x squared y squared. And in the denominator, we have 3y times y, and it is equal to 3y squared. Notice that in the numerator and in the denominator, there is still a common factor, which is y squared. So cancel that out, and the remaining expression in the numerator is 2x squared, and in the denominator is 3. So our final answer is 2x squared over 3.
Easy, right? Either you multiply first before canceling the common factors, or the other way around. The result is the same. Just apply whichever you feel convenient in multiplying rational expressions. Now learners, it's your turn to try. What is the product of 2ab over 3c squared times c over a squared? Correct! The product is 2b over 3ac. Let's check. First, we multiply the numerators and denominators. For the numerator, we have 2ab times c. In the denominator, we have 3c squared times a squared. We now have 2abc over 3a squared c squared. Note that the result can still be simplified. Let us now cancel out common factors. Therefore, the result now is 2b over 3ac.
What about this next example? We have 2x plus 1 over x squared minus 1 times x plus 1 over 2x squared plus x. Before we multiply the numerators and also the denominators, factor out x squared minus 1. It is equal to the quantity of x plus 1 times the quantity of x minus 1. Also, factor out 2x squared plus x. It is equal to x times the quantity of 2x plus 1. Now, multiply across the numerators and across the denominators. So we have the quantity of 2x plus 1 times the quantity of x plus 1 over the quantity of x plus 1 times the quantity of x minus 1 over the quantity of x plus 1 times the quantity of x minus 1 times x times the quantity of 2x plus 1. Now, cancel out common factors which are 2x plus 1 and x plus 1. So, the simplified form is 1 over x times the quantity of x minus 1, which is our final answer.
The last example may look difficult. This is when your skills in factoring polynomials can be applied.
Note to self that if a polynomial in a rational expression is factorable, it is sometimes better if you factor out before multiplying or simplifying the numerators and denominators.
This time, let us have division of rational expressions. Just like in multiplication of rational expressions, we also divide rational expressions the same way we divide numeric fractions. Specifically, to divide rational expressions, we multiply the dividend or the first fraction by the reciprocal of the divisor or the second fraction.
The quotient of two rational algebraic expressions is the product of the dividend and the reciprocal of the divisor. In symbols, we have A over B divided by C over D equals A over B times D over C equals A times D or AD over B times C or BC. B, C, D must not be equal to 0. Let us have an example. 2x squared over 3y divided by x over 3. 2x squared over 3y is the dividend or the first fraction. X over 3, the second fraction, is the divisor. So, get the reciprocal of the divisor or the second fraction and proceed to multiplication. We have 2x squared over 3y divided by x over 3 equals 2x squared over 3y times 3 over x. Multiply the numerators and also the denominators. So we have 2x squared times 3 is equal to 6x squared over 3y times x, which is equal to 3xy. Now, the resulting rational expression is 6x squared over 3xy. Notice that the numerator and the denominator have factors in common. Now, simplify by canceling out the common factors. Our final answer is 2x over y.
Another example. What is 6ab squared over 4cd divided by 9a squared b squared over 8c squared d? So first, let us get the reciprocal of the divisor and proceed to multiplication. We now have 6ab squared over 4cd times 8c squared d over 9a squared b squared. Let us now multiply the numerators and denominators. 6ab squared times 8c squared d is equal to 48ab squared c squared d over 4cd times 9a squared b squared is equal to 36a squared b squared c d. Notice that we could still simplify this resulting rational expression. Let us now cancel out common factors. The final answer now is 4c over 3a. Now learners, it's your turn to divide rational expressions.
Divide 81xz cubed over 36y and 27x squared z squared over 12xy. What is your answer? Correct. The answer is z over x. How did you get the answer? Let us see. 81xz cubed over 36y divided by 27x squared z squared over 12xy. To solve this, get the reciprocal of the divisor or the second fraction and proceed to multiplication. So we have 81xz cubed over 36y times 12xy over 27x squared z squared. Next, cancel out common factors. That is why the final answer is z over x.
This time, what about this example? Divide 2x squared plus x minus 6 over 2x squared plus 7x plus 5 by x squared minus 2x minus 8 over 2x squared minus 3x minus 20. So first, let us get the reciprocal of the divisor and proceed to multiplication. We now have 2x squared plus x minus 6 over 2x squared plus 7x plus 5 times 2x squared minus 3x minus 20 over x squared minus 2x minus 8. Applying our knowledge in factoring polynomials, let us factor out the polynomials in the rational expressions. 2x squared plus x minus 6 can be factored into the quantity of 2x minus 3 times the quantity of x plus 2. 2x squared plus 7x plus 5 can be factored into the quantity of 2x plus 5 times the quantity of x plus 1. The polynomial 2x squared minus 3x minus 20 can also be factored into the quantity of x minus 4 times the quantity of 2x plus 5. And x squared minus 2x minus 8 can be factored into the quantity of x plus 2 times the quantity of x minus 4. Notice that there are common factors. Now, let's cancel out. We now have 2x minus 3 over x plus 1 times 1 over 1. The final answer now is 2x minus 3 over x plus 1. Complicated?
No. Now, since you know already how to multiply and divide rational expressions, it's time to get your activity sheet and answer the given activity.
Let us read the direction first. Multiply or divide the following rational expressions. Show your solutions.
Take your time in answering the activity. If you have questions or clarifications, you may contact the number of your teacher printed below your activity sheet.
To end, always remember that for us to survive in this highly competitive world, collaboration is necessary.
Tasks divided out and shared could multiply the chances of success.
Now, grade 9 learners, stay tuned and get ready. Math 9 is coming next.
Good luck and God bless everyone.
sa pag-eskwela. Kabataan, pag-asa ng ating bayan. Ikaw, ako, tayong lahat ay magtutulungan. Yardana at kasara, upuan at mga mesa. Ang pag-aaral ay simulan na. Halina, balik eskwela na. Halina, sa school magsama-sama. Abutin ang mga pangarap, mayaman man o mahirap. Edukasyon ay para sa lahat. Halina, balik eskwela na. Halina, at magkakaisa. Maghawak ng kamay, sumigaw ng sabay-sabay. Isang tinig tungo sa tagumpay. Halina, balik eskwela na. Halina, sa school magsama-sama. Abutin ang mga pangarap, mayaman man o mahirap. Edukasyon ay para sa lahat. Halina, balik eskwela na. Halina, at magkakaisa. Maghawak ng kamay, sumigaw ng sabay-sabay. Isang tinig tungo sa tagumpay.
Inihahandog ng Dibisyon ng Tangkub City ang iba't ibang kwento, aral at kaalaman habang kayo ay nasa inyong mga tahanan. TV-based instruction.
Magandang buhay! Napakaganda talaga ng lettuce ko. Malaki ang pasasalamat ko sa Panginoon dahil sa ginhawang hatid nyo.
Ay, halika nga rito. Ano ba nangyari sa'yo?
Nabitin ako sa telenovelang napanood ko mula sa laptop mo.
Ay, naku, bunso. Alam mo ba na yung
teleseryeng nasa laptop ko, matagal na yun. Ano ba yung pinanood mo?
Starla po ate. Nakakaya kasi yung tagpo.
Ay, naku. Sige nga, sabihin mo kay ate kung ano yung natutunan mo.
Natutunan ko po ang kahalagahan ng pamilya, pagpapatawad, at pagiging maawain at patulungin sa kapwa.
Naks naman! At dahil dyan, ililibre ka ni ate ng burger mamaya. Pero sa ngayon, bunso, tulungan mo muna ako sa pagkuha ng mga lettuce na ito kasi marami tayong mga orders ngayon.
Ate, ang sabi ni Mama, ang laki raw ng kita mo rito. Paano mo nagawa yun?
Ay, naku, bunso. Simple lang naman ang formula para sa negosyo ni ate. Ang kailangan lang ay tubig at saka fertilizers para tumubo ang mga nagagandahang lettuce na to.
Ganun pala ate.
Sa pinaghalong tubig at fertilizer ay mayroon na tayong, hulaan mo. Ako na lang. Mayroon na tayong nutrient solution.
Wow!
Hindi kagaya ng mga ibang pananim na nangangailangan ng lupa. Alam mo ba? Hydroponics ang isa sa mabisang paraan para maibigay ng manananim ang sapat na nutrisyong kailangan ng halaman sa tamang panahon.
Ang galing naman ng ate ko.
Sabay ka ni ate mamaya na makinig sa webinar. Alam mo ba, bunso, na miyembro si ate ng isang lipunang sibil na Urban Greens Hydroponic Farm System. Alam mo ba kung ano yon?
Ano yun ate?
Ito ay naglalayong baguhin at gamitin ang mga hindi na napapakinabangan at napagkikitaang mga espasyo o puwang, maging residential man o commercial.
Ganun pala yan ate. Pero ate, may tanong ako.
Ano?
Sa white o blue collar job ba napapabilang ang mga negosyanteng kagaya mo, Ate Bella?
Ay, nako. Alam mo na yung sagot dyan, Alba. Tinuruan na kita kahapon sa yung takdang aralin.
Ano nga yun? Oo nga pala. Blue collar job yung sagot.
You're right, bunso. Buti na lang, pinapahalagahan mo kami ni Mama at nag-aaral ka ng mabuti.
Oo naman ate. Love ko kasi kayo eh.
Hello?
Hello Bella. Good morning. I just called you to say thank you because my profit has increased significantly. Dahil yan sa mas nutritious na yung mga burger namin. We are constant supplier of lettuce for my burgers. And don't forget to drop by my cafe to sign the MOA.
Talaga po, ma'am? Maraming salamat po talaga. Laking tulong po talaga nito.
No worries. See you. At ready na rin pala yung in-order ng kapatid mong bunso na appetizer.
Salamat po talaga. Sure po ako na magugustuhan po ito ng kapatid ko. Kasi napakahilig talaga niya sa bagoong.
Okay, bye!
Paalam!
Panginoon, maraming salamat po
sa lahat ng umaapaw na biyaya.
Hello everyone, welcome to Agriculture Techno Demo Forum, sponsored by Urban Green's Hydroponic Farm Systems. To talk to us about the importance and the opportunity of hydroponics industry, let us welcome the most successful hydroponics entrepreneur, Miss Via Francisco. In fact, hydroponics has brought her millions already.
Hello! Hello everyone, good day! It's nice to see you all. Thank you and welcome to this webinar. Are you ready? Okay, now let's start. A prophet is not heard in his own country, but let the figures convince you. In my first year of doing the business, I already made 5 million. Yes, and this tripled year after year. Not only does it answer to climate change, it also solves poverty. With little land needed, a farmer can have this added source of income and make even more money from hydroponics than from the land he tills. Trust me, I have been an accountant for 5 years and I profited more from this venture compared to the salary I was earning back then. I was happy I made that choice.
Ang galing ng speaker, Alba.
Kape.
Mas lalo akong na-inspire na ipagpatuloy ang hydroponics gardening.
Basta ako, ate, I am your number 1 fan. Ipagtitimpla kita ng kape araw-araw.
Salamat naman, bunso. Kahit na ayaw mo sa aroma ng kape, ay ginagawan mo pa rin si ate. Hindi man tayo magkakapareho ng gusto, mahal ka ng ate. At pangako ko sa'yo na hindi ako magsasawang ibigay sa'yo ang maayos na kinabukasan.
Ate.
Dahil ikaw ang gatas na nagpapatamis ng kape ni ate.
Welcome back mga grade 9 Mathematics. Today is another brand new day to learn another lesson in mathematics. Dito sa nag-iisang programa nyo, ang TANGKUB. We learn all things, ang saya. Ready na ba kayo? Hooray! Now, let's begin. Let's play back the scene where Bella and her sister had a conversation on their lettuce garden.
Ate, ang sabi ni Mama, ang laki raw ng kita mo rito. Paano mo nagawa yun?
Ay, naku bunso. Simple lang naman ang formula para sa negosyo ni ate. Ang kailangan lang ay tubig at saka fertilizers para tumubo ang mga nagagandahang lettuce na to.
Ganun pala ate.
Sa pinaghalong tubig at fertilizer ay mayroon na tayo. Hulaan mo. Ako na lang. Mayroon na tayong nutrient solution.
Wow!
Hindi kagaya ng mga ibang pananim na nangangailangan ng lupa. Alam mo ba? Hydroponics ang isa sa mabisang paraan para maibigay ng manananim ang sapat na nutrisyong kailangan ng halaman sa tamang panahon.
Ang galing naman ng ate ko.
Notice that Bella mentioned the word formula in doing her business. What was the formula she used? Let's play back the scene.
Ate, ang sabi ni Mama, ang laki raw ng kita mo rito. Paano mo nagawa yun?
Ay, naku bunso. Simple lang naman ang formula para sa negosyo ni ate. Ang kailangan lang ay tubig at saka fertilizers para tumubo ang mga nagagandahang lettuce na to.
Ganun pala ate.
Sa pinaghalong tubig at fertilizer ay mayroon na tayo. Hulaan mo. Ako na lang. Mayroon na tayong nutrient solution.
Wow!
Hindi kagaya ng mga ibang pananim na nangangailangan ng lupa. Alam mo ba? Hydroponics ang isa sa mabisang paraan para maibigay ng manananim ang sapat na nutrisyong kailangan ng halaman sa tamang panahon.
Ang galing naman ng ate ko.
This formula she mentioned a while ago made her business, the lettuce garden, successful and profitable. Thus, this formula can be used not only in mathematics, but also in business.
In mathematics, we usually use formula to solve problems. Math formulas show us how to work something out, tell us exactly what we need to do to solve a particular problem. If we didn't use formula, then it would take us much longer to solve a problem.
A formula is a rule or fact written with mathematical symbols. It usually has equal sign or mathematical symbols. Now, why are we talking about formula?
Since today, we will use formula to solve quadratic equations. So, stay tuned and listen very carefully, for this time, we will tackle our new lessons. These are solving quadratic equations using quadratic formula and
the nature of roots or solutions of quadratic equations. On our previous lesson, you have learned what quadratic equation is. As a review, a quadratic equation in one variable is a mathematical sentence of degree 2 that can be written in the following standard form. ax squared plus bx plus c equals 0, where a, b, and c are real numbers, and a is not equal to 0. Examples of quadratic equations are x squared plus 2x minus 3 equals 0. 2x squared minus 6 equals 0. X squared is equal to negative 12. There are few different ways to find the solution or solutions of a quadratic equation. But this time, we will solve quadratic equations using quadratic formula. The solutions of the quadratic equation would make the equation equal to 0. They are also called roots or sometimes zeros.
the solutions, roots, or zeros of any quadratic equation can be determined using a quadratic formula. The quadratic formula can be used in finding the solutions of any form of quadratic equations. This is the quadratic formula. X equals negative b plus minus square root of b squared minus 4ac over 2a, where a must not be equal to 0. To solve, determine first the values of a, b, and c in the given quadratic equation. Then, substitute in the quadratic formula and simplify.
Find the roots or solutions of the equation x squared plus 2x minus 3 equals 0 using the quadratic formula. First, let us determine the values of a, b, and c. On the equation, the value of a is equal to 1, b is equal to 2, and c is equal to negative 3. Copy the formula for you to be guided in the whole process. X is equal to negative b plus minus the square root of b squared minus 4ac all over 2a. Then, substitute the values of a, b, and c in the quadratic formula. We now have x is equal to negative 2 plus minus the square root of 2 squared minus 4 times 1 times negative 3 all over 2 times 1. To simplify, we now have 2 squared is equal to 4. Negative 4 times 1 times negative 3 is equal to positive 12. 2 times 1 is equal to 2. We now have x is equal to negative 2 plus minus the square root of 4 plus 12 all over 2. 4 plus 12 is equal to 16. So, x is equal to negative 2 plus minus the square root of 16 over 2. The square root of 16 is equal to 4. So, x is equal to negative 2 plus minus 4 all over 2. Now, let us separate the two equations. First, we have x is equal to negative 2 plus 4 over 2. The other equation is x is equal to negative 2 minus 4 all over 2. Let us simplify first the first equation. Negative 2 plus 4 is equal to 2. Therefore, we have x is equal to 2 over 2. 2 over 2, or 2 divided by 2, is equal to 1. Second equation, we now have negative 2 minus 4 is equal to negative 6. So, x is equal to negative 6 over 2. Negative 6 over 2, or negative 6 divided by 2, is equal to negative 3. Therefore, the quadratic equation x squared plus 2x minus 3 equals 0 has two solutions. We have x is equal to 1 and x is equal to negative 3. Both are rational numbers. We can also check the solutions obtained using the original equation. Note that the value of x, or the so-called roots or solutions of a quadratic equation, make the equation true or equal to 0. If x is equal to 1, let us substitute to the equation. We now have 1 squared plus 2 times 1 minus 3 equals 0. 1 squared is equal to 1. 2 times 1 is equal to 2. We now have 1 plus 2 minus 3 equals 0. 1 plus 2 is equal to 3. So we now have 3 minus 3 equals 0. 3 minus 3 is equal to 0. Therefore, 0 is equal to 0. This shows that 1 is a solution to the equation. What if x is equal to negative 3? Let's substitute. We now have negative 3 squared plus 2 times negative 3 minus 3 equals 0. Negative 3 squared is equal to 9. Positive 2 times negative 3 is equal to negative 6. We now have 9 minus 6 minus 3 equals 0. 9 minus 6 is equal to 3. So we have 3 minus 3 equals 0. 3 minus 3 is equal to 0. So we have 0 equals 0. This shows that negative 3 is a solution to the equation. Easy, right? That is how the quadratic formula
works. Let's have another example. Find the roots or solutions of the quadratic equation 2x squared minus 6 equals 0. First, determine the values of a, b, and c. We have a equals 2, the coefficient of 2x squared, b equals 0, since there is no linear term in the quadratic equation, and c, the constant, is negative 6. Next, copy the quadratic formula for you to be guided in the whole process. We have x equals negative b plus minus the square root of b squared minus 4ac over 2a. Next, substitute the values of a, b, and c in the quadratic formula. We now have x equals negative times 0 plus minus the square root of 0 squared minus 4 times 2 times negative 6 over 2 times 2. Then simplify. Negative times 0 is 0, so we will not write it anymore. We now have x equals positive negative square root of 48 over 4. Simplify. Factor out the radicand 48, but make sure one of its factors is the largest perfect square. That is 16 and 3. Extract the square root of 16. We now have x equals positive and negative 4 square root of 3 over 4. Now, separate the two signs. We have x equals 4 square root of 3 over 4 and x equals negative 4 square root of 3 over 4. And simplify. We have x equals square root of 3 and x equals negative square root of 3. Therefore, the quadratic equation 2x squared minus 6 equals 0 has two solutions. We have x equals square root of 3 and x equals negative square root of 3, or x equals positive and negative square root of 3. Both are irrational numbers. Example of irrational numbers are square root of non-perfect squares.
How about this next example? Find the solutions of the quadratic equation 9x squared plus 12x is equal to negative 4. Notice that the equation is not yet in standard form. So let us transform the equation into its standard form. We now have 9x squared plus 12x plus 4 equals 0. We now have the value of a, which is equal to 9, b is equal to 12, and c is equal to 4. Writing the formula for your guide, we now have x is equal to negative b plus minus the square root of b squared minus 4ac over 2a. Let's substitute the values of a, b, and c. We now have x is equal to negative times 12 plus minus the square root of 12 squared minus 4 times 9 times 4 over 2 times 9. Simplify, we now have negative times 12 is equal to negative 12. 12 squared is equal to 144. Negative 4 times 9 times 4 is equal to negative 144. 2 times 9 is equal to 18. We now have x is equal to negative 12 plus minus the square root of 144 minus 144 over 18. 144 minus 144 is equal to 0. We now have x is equal to negative 12 plus minus the square root of 0 over 18. The square root of 0 is equal to 0. So we have x is equal to negative 12 plus minus 0 over 18. Let's separate the two equations. X is equal to negative 12 plus 0 over 18. The other equation is x is equal to negative 12 minus 0 over 18. Let's simplify the first equation. Negative 12 plus 0 is equal to negative 12. So we have negative 12 over 18. Notice that there is common factor for negative 12 and 18. They are both divisible by 6. So we have now negative 12 over 18 is equal to negative 2 over 3. The other equation is negative 12 minus 0 over 18. Negative 12 minus 0 is equal to negative 12. So we have negative 12 over 18. Again, they have common factor which is 6. So we now have negative 12 over 18 is equal to negative 2 over 3. The quadratic equation 9x squared plus 12x is equal to negative 4, or 9x squared plus 12x plus 4 equals 0 in standard form, has one solution, since both answers are the same, which is negative 2 over 3. We now have our last example. Find the solutions of a quadratic equation x squared plus 4x plus 5 equals 0. First, determine the values of a, b, and c. We have a equals 1, the coefficient of x squared. B equals 4, the coefficient of 4x. And c, the constant, which is 5. Next, copy the quadratic formula. We have x equals negative b plus minus the square root of b squared minus 4ac over 2a. Then, substitute the values of a, b, c in the quadratic formula. We have x equals negative times 4 plus minus the square root of 4 squared minus 4 times 1 times 5 over 2 times 1. Then simplify. Negative times 4 is negative 4. 4 squared is 16. And negative 4 times 1 times 5 is negative 20. We now have x equals negative 4 plus minus the square root of 16 minus 20 over 2 times 1, which is 2. Now, get the difference of the radicand in the numerator. We have 16 minus 20. That is negative 4. We now have x equals negative 4 plus minus the square root of negative 4 over 2. Notice that in the numerator, we have square root of negative 4, and we cannot multiply a number by itself to get a negative answer. Since square root of negative numbers are imaginary numbers, meaning there are no real solutions. But to solve square root of negative 4, we can rewrite this as square root of negative 4 equals square root of 4 times square root of negative 1. Square root of 4 is 2 times square root of negative 1, which is I, the imaginary unit. So, square root of negative 4 is equal to 2i. Now, let's continue our solution. We now have x equals negative 4 plus minus 2i over 2. Then simplify. We have x equals negative 2 plus minus I. Therefore, the quadratic equation x squared plus 4x plus 5 equals 0 has no real solutions, since negative 2 plus minus I
are complex numbers. A complex number is a combination of real numbers and imaginary numbers, like -2 plus I, and etc.
Now learners, it's your turn to try. What are the solutions of the quadratic equation x squared minus 4x equals 0? Correct! The quadratic equation x squared minus 4x equals 0 has two solutions. We have positive 4 and 0. To check, look at this solution.
Now, since you have learned already how to solve the roots or solutions of a quadratic equation using a quadratic formula, this time, let us tackle the nature of the roots or solutions of a quadratic equation.
In our examples a while ago, you have noticed the nature of the roots or solutions of the quadratic equations. A quadratic equation can have one solution if both answers are the same. Two solutions, either rational or irrational numbers. And no real solutions at all if the solutions are imaginary or complex numbers.
Even if we don't solve the roots or solutions of a quadratic equation, we can still characterize its nature. This is where discriminant helps us.
Do you see the b squared minus 4ac in the quadratic formula? It is called the discriminant of the quadratic equation ax squared plus bx plus c equals 0, because it can discriminate or describe the nature of the roots of a quadratic equation. Discriminant can be 0, positive, or negative. When b squared minus 4ac is equal to 0, then the roots are real numbers and are equal. When b squared minus 4ac is greater than 0 and a perfect square, then the roots are rational numbers but are not equal. When b squared minus 4ac is greater than 0 but not a perfect square, then the roots are irrational numbers and are not equal. When b squared minus 4ac is less than 0, then the equation has no real roots or has a pair of complex roots or solutions. Examples of imaginary numbers are like square root of negative numbers, complex number like 2 plus 2i, or combination of real and imaginary.
Now, let's go back to our examples a while ago. We have example number 1. The discriminant in this example is 16. It is the result of b squared minus 4ac in the quadratic formula. Since the discriminant 16 is greater than 0 and a perfect square, that is why the solutions of the quadratic equation x squared plus 2x minus 3 equals 0, which are 1 and negative 3, are rational numbers but are not equal.
Now let's consider our example number 2. The discriminant in this example is 48. It is the result of b squared minus 4ac in the quadratic formula. Since the discriminant 48 is greater than 0 but not a perfect square, that is why the solutions of the quadratic equation 2x squared minus 6 equals 0, which are the square root of 3 and negative square root of 3, are irrational numbers and are not equal. Note that the square roots of all non-perfect squares are
irrational.
Now, let's proceed to our example number 3 a while ago. The discriminant in this example is 0. It is the result of b squared minus 4ac in the quadratic formula. Since the discriminant is 0, that is why the solutions of the quadratic equation 9x squared plus 12x plus 4 equals 0, which is negative 2/3, both answers are the same, are real numbers, and are equal.
On example number 4, the discriminant is equal to negative 4. It is the result of b squared minus 4ac in the quadratic formula. Since the discriminant, which is negative 4, is negative, that is why the quadratic equation x squared plus 4x plus 5 equals 0 has no real solutions.
Now, learners, it's your turn to try. Characterize the nature of the solutions of the quadratic equation x squared plus 4x plus 4 equals 0 by solving its discriminant. The nature of the solutions is real numbers and equal. Let's examine. To solve the discriminant, we have b squared minus 4ac. Now, substitute the values of a, b, and c. We now have 4 squared minus 4 times 1 times 4. 4 squared is 16. Negative 4 times 1 times 4 is negative 16. We now have 16 minus 16. So, the discriminant is 0. Since the discriminant is 0, then the roots or solutions of the quadratic equation x squared plus 4x plus 4 equals 0 are real numbers and are equal.
Now let us try to solve the equation x squared plus 4x plus 4 equals 0 using a quadratic formula to see if the nature of roots are certainly real numbers and are equal. On the equation, it shows that a is equal to 1, b is equal to 4, and c is equal to 4. Now let's substitute to the quadratic formula. We now have x is equal to negative times 4 plus minus the square root of 4 squared minus 4 times 1 times 4 over 2 times 1. To simplify, we have negative times 4 is equal to negative 4. 4 squared is equal to 16. Negative 4 times 1 times 4 is equal to negative 16. 2 times 1 is equal to 2. We now have x is equal to negative 4 plus minus the square root of 16 minus 16 over 2. 16 minus 16 is equal to 0. So we now have x is equal to negative 4 plus minus the square root of 0 over 2. The square root of 0 is equal to 0. So we have x is equal to negative 4 plus minus 0 over 2. Let's separate the two equations. We have first x is equal to negative 4 plus 0 over 2. Negative 4 plus 0 is equal to negative 4. So we have negative 4 over 2. Negative 4 over 2 or negative 4 divided by 2 is equal to negative 2. What about the second equation? We have negative 4 minus 0 over 2. Negative 4 minus 0 is equal to negative 4. So we have negative 4 over 2. Negative 4 over 2 or negative 4 divided by 2 is equal to negative 2. This shows that the solutions of the given quadratic equation are real numbers and are equal.
complicated? No. Always remember that all forms of quadratic equation, factorable or not, can be solved using quadratic formula. And the b squared minus 4ac in the quadratic formula is called the discriminant.
So learners, familiarize the quadratic formula. What is the quadratic formula again? Very good. It is x is equal to negative b plus minus the square root of b squared minus 4ac over 2a. Now, since you already learned how to solve quadratic equation using quadratic formula and characterize its nature of roots or solutions, then it's time to get your activity sheets in this lesson and answer the given activity. Let us read the directions. Solve the solutions of the following quadratic equations using quadratic formula and characterize its nature by determining the discriminant. Show your solution. Item number 1 is done for you.
Take your time in answering the activity. To end, always remember that life is like math. It has its formula too.
The formula of life is simple. It is the formula of giving. Giving courage, attention, peace, love, and comfort to yourself and to the society. Grade 10 learners, stay tuned and get ready, for Math 10 is coming next. Good luck and God bless everyone.
Mayaman man o mahirap, edukasyon ay
Inihahandog ng Dibisyon ng Tangkub City ang iba't ibang kwento, aral, at kaalaman habang kayo ay nasa inyong mga tahanan. TV-based instruction.
Maging pinuno ng Italian tadhana, isang imperyo, matapang na madirigma, ama ng lahing sa dakila ng mula, mundo'y sasailalim sa kanyang pamamahala.
RR! JM! Halina kayo't kumain na tayo! Pakitawag na rin yung tatay ninyo!
Opo, Nay! Nay! Kain na po tayo!
Sige anak, susunod na ako.
Nay, ano pa kasi ito pagkaluto?
Ito ang tinatawag na scrambled egg, JM. Oh, may ka na.
Nay! Pwede po pang bukas, yung may yellow naman po sa gitna?
Yun naman ang tinatawag na sunny side up, RR. Oo ba? Walang problema. Basta ang mga assignment ninyo dito sa mga gawaing bahay ay nagagawa ninyo. Ipagluluto ko kayo ng iba't ibang klase ng itlog.
Yay! Oh, ayan mga anak ha. Imposible namang hindi kayo lalakas niyan. Maraming nutrisyon ang itlog. Ika nga nila, an egg a day is okay.
Tama ka rin, mahal. Mayaman din sa protina ang itlog. Kaya naman, mas lalo pa itong magpapalakas ng inyong mga katawan. Oh, bilisan nyo nang kumain dyan at nung maitapon nyo na yung mga basura natin para makolekta ng mga basurero.
JMRR, huwag niyong kalimutan na ihiwalay ng maayos ang mga basura na nalalanta, di nalalanta, at yung mga pwedeng ma-recycle pa.
Opo, Nay. JM, may napapansin ka ba?
Alin kuya? Ang bagong damit mo?
Bukod pa doon.
Wala. Ano ba yun?
Nadadagdagan palagi yung basurang bitbit natin. Noong Lunes, isang sako lang ng basura yung bitbit ko. Tapos naging 2 noong Merkules. Tapos ngayon, 3. Parang nadadagdagan ng isang sako lagi.
Ganyan din ang napansin ko kuya. Ako nga, yung nalalantang basura noong nakaraang linggo, isang sako lang. Sa ikalawang linggo, naging 2. Tapos ngayon linggo ito, 4 ng bitbit ko. Bali, every week, additional 2.
Diba? Hay, nako. Tara nga, tapon na natin to, JM.
Okay, pwede nang maupo ang lahat. Magandang araw sa inyong lahat. Maraming salamat sa inyong pagpunta sa meeting na ito. Lubhang napakahalaga ang pagpupulong na ito dahil meron tayong pag-uusapang mahalagang agenda. Unahin muna natin ang 2 mahalagang pag-uusapan. Una ay ang MRF. Kumusta ang MRF sa inyong mga lugar?
Sa amin naman, cup noodle, maayos naman at talagang sinusunod naman ng mga kapurok ko ang paghihiwalay ng mga basura. Natuto na kasi sila noong minsan bumaha dito sa atin dulot ng kung saan-saan naman tinatapon yung mga basura noon.
Ganoon din po sa amin ka. Naku, nakatutuwang pakinggan ang ganyang balita. Sana ay may pagpatuloy ito. Isunod natin ang ating ikalawang agenda. Ito ang pagpapatanim natin sa ating mga kabarangay ng mga halamang gamot at iba pang mga alternative medicines sa kanilang mga bakuran.
Ano naman po ang ipapatanim natin sa kanila, Kap?
Siguro simulan natin sa kalabo. Kasi hindi ba, uso ngayon dito sa ating lugar ang ubo. Alam niyo ba na ayon sa nabasa ko, ang kalabo pala ay isang mabisang gamot sa ubo.
Yun din po ang narinig ko sa lulo ko noon, Kap. Akala ko nga hindi effective. Pero nang sinubukan ko sa aking anak, mabisa pala talaga siya.
Pero sana, wag na talagang lumala ang sakit na ito dito sa ating lugar, no? Basta ha, sabihan niyo sila, kayo na rin ang mag-distribute ng mga ito sa bawat pamilya. Alam niyo na ang bawat bilang ng kasapi ng mga purok ninyo, hindi ba? O di ba? At least man lang, sa pamamagitan nito ay makatutulong tayo sa ating kabarangay. Kasi nga, di ba, ang motto ng ating barangay ay kapag nagtutulungan, walang maiiwan.
Today is another brand new day to learn another lesson in mathematics.
Dito sa nag-isang programa nyo, ang Tangkub. We learn all things, ang saya. Ready na ba kayo? Hooray! Now, let us begin. Let's play back the scene where JM and RR were disposing the garbage stored in plastic bags.
JM, may napapansin ka ba?
Alin kuya? Ang bagong damit mo?
Bukod pa doon.
Wala. Ano ba yun?
Nadadagdagan palagi yung basurang bitbit natin. Noong Lunes, isang sako lang ng basura yung bitbit ko. Tapos naging 2 noong Merkules. Tapos ngayon, 3. Parang nadadagdagan ng isang sako lagi.
Ganyan din ang napansin ko kuya. Ako nga, pinalalantang basura noong nakaraang linggo. Isang sako lang. Sa ikalawang linggo, naging 2. Tapos ngayon yung ito. 4 ng bitbit ko. Bali, every week, additional 2.
Diba? Hay, nako. Tara nga, tapon na natin to, JM.
Based on the scene, RR and JM noticed the increase of the number of plastic bags of garbage they were disposing. RR stated that he was disposing 1 sack of garbage the first day, 2 sacks the next day, and then 3 sacks the following day. With JM, he also stated that he was disposing nalalantang basura, 1 sack the first week, 2 sacks the second week, and then 4 sacks the following week.
These situations show number sequence. Let's analyze again the situation. With RR, he was disposing, again, 1 sack, 2 sacks, then 3 sacks. In sequence, we have 1, 2, 3. Applying our previous lesson about the type of number sequence we had during our last episode, what type of number sequence is 1, 2, 3? Correct! It shows arithmetic sequence.
What about the situation of JM? Again, JM was disposing 1 sack, 2 sacks, and then 4 sacks of garbage. In sequence, this shows 1, 2, 4. What type of number sequence is this? Correct! This is a geometric sequence. This time, learners, we will learn more about these 2 types of number sequences as we will differentiate arithmetic sequence from geometric sequence. Isn't it exciting?
On our previous lesson, you have learned to define, illustrate, and identify arithmetic and geometric sequence. Were you able to recall the concepts? Very good! An arithmetic sequence is a sequence whose terms after the first term are obtained by adding a constant, which is called a common difference. While a geometric sequence is a sequence whose terms after the first term are obtained by multiplying by a constant, which is called a common ratio. Let's take a look on the situation as our example on the difference between arithmetic and geometric sequence. On the first sequence illustrated, if we add 1 to the first term of the sequence, which is 1, we will get the second term 2. And if we add 1 to the second term, we will get the third term, which is 3. Continuing in this manner, we will get the next few terms of the sequence. Thus, the sequence has a common difference, 1. Also, the terms of the second sequence illustrated are obtained by multiplying a constant 2 to each term of the sequence. To get the next term, that is 1 times 2 equals 2, 2 times 2 equals 4. The constant that is multiplied to each term of the sequence is called a common ratio.
Now, the question is, how do we differentiate a geometric sequence from an arithmetic sequence given some
or few of its consecutive terms? Well, the answer is simple. First, we determine whether a given sequence has a common ratio or a common difference. If it has a common difference, then the given sequence is an arithmetic sequence. If it has a common ratio, then that sequence is a geometric sequence. Now, learners, it's your turn to try. Given this sequence, is this an arithmetic sequence or geometric sequence? Correct! This is a geometric sequence with a common ratio 2. How about this sequence? Is this an arithmetic sequence or geometric sequence? Excellent! It is an arithmetic sequence. As simple as that.
Easy, right? This time, let's talk about arithmetic and geometric means. First, what do we mean by arithmetic mean? Arithmetic means refer to the term or terms between any two non-consecutive terms of an arithmetic sequence. Let's have an example. 3, 7, 11, 15. 7 on the sequence is the arithmetic mean between 3 and 11. Or 7 and 11 are the two arithmetic means between 3 and 15. In solving for the arithmetic means of an arithmetic sequence, given only the first and last terms, we use the common difference with the formula D is equal to A sub n minus A sub 1 over n minus 1, where A sub n is the last term given, A sub 1 is equal to the first term, and n is equal to the number of terms.
Example. Insert an arithmetic mean between 5 and 11. First, identify the given. We have A sub 1 or the first term, which is 5, A sub n or the last term, or A sub 3, which is equal to 11. We have also n or the number of terms, which is 3, since there is only one term that has to be inserted between 5 and 11. Now, to get the arithmetic mean between 5 and 11, or simply the second term, or A sub 2, let us find first the common difference, or D, by using this formula. D is equal to A sub n minus A sub 1 over n minus 1. Now, substitute the given to the formula. We now have D equals 11 minus 5 over 3 minus 1. Then simplify. Since 11 minus 5 is 6 and 3 minus 1 is 2, we now have D equals 6 over 2, or 6 divided by 2, which is 3. Therefore, the common difference of the given arithmetic sequence is 3. Now, to get the next term of the given arithmetic sequence, add the common difference 3 to the preceding term. We now have 5 plus 3 is equal to 8. Thus, the arithmetic mean between 5 and 11 is 8.
Now, let's try another example. If 4 arithmetic means are to be inserted between -7 and 33, what is the second arithmetic mean? First, let us identify the given. A sub 1 is equal to -7. A sub n is equal to 33. N is equal to 6. Since there are 4 arithmetic means, plus the first and last given terms. Thus, a sub 3 is the term to be identified since we are looking for the second arithmetic mean. Using the formula, find the value of D or the common difference. D is equal to a sub n minus a sub 1 over n minus 1. Let's substitute the given values. We now have D is equal to 33 minus negative 7 over 6 minus 1. Simplifying, we have 33 minus negative 7 is equal to 40. 6 minus 1 is equal to 5. So we have D is equal to 40 over 5. 40 over 5 or 40 divided by 5 is equal to 8. Therefore, the common difference or the value of D is equal to 8. To get the next term, we add the common difference 8 to the preceding term. We have negative 7 plus 8 is equal to 1. 1 plus 8 is equal to 9. 9 plus 8 is equal to 17. 17 plus 8 is equal to 25. Therefore, a sub 3 or the second arithmetic mean of the sequence is equal to 9.
Now learners, it's your turn to try. Insert two arithmetic means between negative 15 and negative 45. What are the two arithmetic means? Correct! The arithmetic means are negative 25 and negative 35. If we use the formula D equals a sub n minus a sub 1 over n minus 1, we can get the common difference or D, which is negative 10. It means negative 15 plus the common difference negative 10 is equal to negative 25. Negative 25 plus the common difference negative 10 is equal to negative 35. Thus, the two arithmetic means between negative 15 and negative 45 are negative 25 and negative 35.
Now what about geometric mean of a geometric sequence? We describe arithmetic means as the terms between two non-consecutive terms of an arithmetic sequence. Similarly, inserting a certain number terms between two non-consecutive terms of a geometric sequence is called geometric means. Example: 1, 4, 16, 64, 256. The three geometric means between 1 and 256 are 4, 16, and 64. We can also use the common ratio to find the geometric means using the formula. A sub n is equal to a sub 1 r to the power of n minus 1, where a sub n is equal to the last term given, a sub 1 is equal to the first term, r is equal to the common ratio, and n is equal to the number of terms. Example: insert two geometric means between 4 and 32. First, identify the given. We have a sub 1 or the first term, which is 4, a sub n or a sub 4 or the last term, which is 32. We have also n or the number of terms in the given geometric sequence, which is 4, since we are inserting two geometric means. To find the two geometric means between 4 and 32, let's find first the common ratio or the value of r using this formula. A sub n equals a sub 1
times r to the power of n minus 1. Now, substitute the given values to the formula. We now have 32 equals 4 times r to the power of 4 minus 1. Then simplify. Simplify first the exponent, 4 minus 1. That is 3. We have 32 equals 4r cubed. Now, since we are looking for the value of r, multiply 1/4 to both sides of the equation. We now have 1/4 times 32 equals 4r cubed times 1/4. Then simplify. 1/4 times 32 is equal to 8. Then 4r cubed times 1/4 is equal to r cubed. We now have 8 equals r cubed. Now, take the cube root of both sides of the equation to get the value of r. That is, cube root of 8 equals cube root of r cubed. Cube root of 8 is equal to 2. Then cube root of r cubed is equal to r. So we now have r, or the common ratio of the given geometric sequence, which is 2. Since the common ratio, or r, of the sequence is 2, this means 4 times 2 is equal to the second term, which is 8. 8 times 2 is equal to the third term, which is 16. Thus, the geometric means between 4 and 32 are 8 and 16.
As simple as that. Note that in finding its common difference and ratio respectively is the key. Again, for finding the common difference, we use the formula D is equal to a sub n minus a sub 1 over n minus 1. And for finding the common ratio, we have a sub n is equal to a sub 1 times r to the power of n minus 1. Now learners, it's your turn to try.
Insert 3 geometric means between 5 and 80. Very good! The 3 geometric means between 5 and 80 are 10, 20, and 40. Let's check how we get the answer. First, identify the given. We have a sub 1, or the first term, which is 5, a sub n, or the number of terms, which is 5, since we are inserting 3 geometric means between 5 and 80. A sub n, or a sub 5, or the last term, which is 80. To find the 3 geometric means between 5 and 80, let's find first the common ratio, or the value of r, using this formula. A sub n equals a sub 1 times r to the power of n minus 1. Let's substitute the given values to the formula. We now have 80 equals 5r to the power of 5 minus 1. Simplify. Let's simplify first the exponent. 5 minus 1 is 4. We now have 80 equals 5r to the power of 4. Multiply 1/5 to both sides of the equation. We have 1/5 times 80 equals 5r to the power of 4 times 1/5. Then simplify. 1/5 times 80 equals 16. 5r to the power of 4 times 1/5 equals r to the power of 4. We now have 16 equals r to the power of 4. Let's take the fourth root of both sides of the equation. We now have fourth root of 16 is equal to fourth root of r to the power of 4. Fourth root of 16 is 2, and fourth root of r to the power of 4 is r. So, we now have the value of r, or the common ratio, which is 2. Since the common ratio of the given geometric sequence is 2, this means 5 times 2 is equal to 10, 10 times 2 is 20, 20 times 2 is 40. We now have the three geometric means between 5 and 80, and these are 10, 20, and 40.
Now learners, it's time to get and open your activity sheets in this lesson. Take your time in answering your activities. If you have questions or clarifications, you may contact the number of your teacher printed below your activity sheet. To end, always remember that just like mathematics, in life, we may experience series of challenges and failures. But let us not forget that there are a sequence of formulas to help you get through life's series of tests with flying colors. Good luck and God bless everyone! We hope that you have learned the most essential lessons you need to master. See you on our next episodes. This has been Ang Tangkub.
Tangkub, tangkub, tangkub time. We learn all things, it's very fun. Masaya, tutok na.
Kung gusto mong maglingaw-lingaw, mga tawag magloling hayaw, mag-joyride na. Uban na ang imong barkada, silingan o pamilya, mag-joyride na. Sinating untang palibot, mga lugar sulod sa tanggob, mag-ubanta. Silang gato makilaw, sa sanabog sa pulaw, laagunta. Labi na yun sa huyuhoy, ugnang dapit daghan og kahoy, talanan. Maglibot tanggop, maglibot tanggop ta. Maglibay-libay, magsakay-sakay tala. Maghihiusa, maghihigala. Let's get together, make life feel better. Kung gusto ka og entertainment, for fun and for enjoyment, no problem ka. Sinanduloy among pambato, kung usayo smart kaayo, believe you ka. Panahon sab sa Disyembre, super gid ka aligre, malingaw gid ka. Fireworks display daghang ganahan, musidlak sa kalangitan, mapawag gid ka. Christmas symbols, capital of the Philippines. Ninira na ninyo makita, friends, diba? Diri sa tanggop, maglibot tanggop ta. Maglipay-lipay, magsakay-sakay tala. Maghihiusa, maghihigala. Let's get together, make life feel better. Makita, friends, diba? Happy sa tanggop, maglibot tanggop ta. Maglipay-lipay, magsakay-sakay tala. Maglibot tanggop